invest.
Five things to watch or to know ahead of the opening bell. Lawyers for President Trump asking a federal appeals court to let his bid to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook take effect before next week's rate-setting meeting. Department of Justice officials want the court to rule by Monday afternoon. Meantime, a report from our own Steve Leisman says that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent met with several candidates to be the next Fed chair. He's met with them in recent days, among them former Fed official Larry Lindsey, good, Kevin Warsh, good, and James Bullard, like all three of those. A Treasury source said Bessent will wait until the FOMC blackout period ends next week to interview sitting Fed officials.
What was the story recently that said it was down to 3 again?
Was that? I didn't see that. I don't listen. I've given up on.
Yeah, all right, we'll see.
It's either 12 or 3. Shares of Adobe are higher. Earnings and revenue, guidance topped estimates. And meanwhile, shares of RH, formerly known as Restoration Hardware, are under pressure. Revenue fell short, and the company cut its full-year guidance, citing continued tariff uncertainty. It had affirmed that guidance just 3 months ago, so it did not reaffirm in this case. The company said the new forecast does not take into account the tariff investigation into furniture entering the United States that the president announced last month. And shares of Supermicro are higher. The AI tech firm announced it's begun volume shipments of its NVIDIA Blackwell Ultra products to customers worldwide.
When we come back, a team with bright colors looking to change live sports, the fan experience, and America's pastime. We've got the owner of the Savannah Bananas joining us right after this. Man, you got to see this because it's a lot of fun, but it's a serious business story. Also, a reminder for you folks, you can get the best of our Squawk Box show every day in our daily podcast. Just follow Squawk Pod on your favorite podcast app, and you can listen anytime. We'll be right back.
AC+.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Exhibition baseball team, the Savannah Bananas, is set to play sold-out games at Yankee Stadium this weekend. The team plays by different rules, and it does all kinds of cool stunts, all kinds of things to get the fans interested and excited, dance routines throughout the game, all kinds of fun everywhere. And joining us right now is Jesse Cole. He's the owner of the Savannah Bananas. You guys have been an absolute phenomenon, and when I looked at it first, I thought, man, this guy is like the modern day P.T. Barnum, but you are so much more than that because of how you are rolling this up as a business. And I want to talk to you about the entrepreneurial aspects of this. But for anybody who's not familiar with this, and I don't think there are too many who aren't, explain what happened, how you got into this 2016. You took this team that was like the worst team out there, and you said things have to change a little bit.
100%. Well, we started as just a Coastal Plain League college summer baseball team, and it was one of the lowest levels. And what we realized is that we had to do something to stand out, something to be different. And so we named the company Fans First Entertainment. We went all in on the fans and adding entertainment. And so, yeah, in Savannah, we made every ticket all-inclusive, all your burgers, hot dogs, chicken sandwiches, soda, everything. No ticket fees, no convenient fees. And yes, we had dancing players, break-dancing coaches, Banana Nanas, senior citizen dance team.
These are real baseball team players.
These guys were, this was like real-level college baseball. And so we did that for many years.
And you said dance, and they said what?
Well, they were very against it at first, but then they started to realize that more fans were interested, and how do you get more fans to want to come out to the games? And so, yeah, we struggled at first, only sold a handful of tickets. My wife and I had to sell our house, empty out our savings account, sleeping on an airbed. And then once they saw that first show, and they saw the fun, the difference, they started telling everyone. And that's when we started selling out games. And that was the start for 4 or 5 years. We won championships in regular baseball. But we saw there was still a challenge with the fan experience, and that's when we created Banana Bowl.
I mean, you've come to the Philly Stadium and sold out.
Yes.
You went to Anaheim and sold out. You're playing Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
Is that sold out too?
Oh, we were so fortunate. I mean, the wait list is over 3.5 million. We sold out NFL stadiums. We sold out college football stadiums. But again, from selling only 2 tickets, we just obsessed over the fan experience, and that's been everything for us. And that's why we're playing in front of over 2 million fans this year, and probably over 3 million next year.
I heard you say at one point in an interview that you were walking behind and you knew that this was really a hit when you heard a wife tell her husband to, like, shut up, shh, be quiet, when they were starting to dance because she wanted to watch that.
Yes, the demographics, you have baseball traditionalists, which is the greatest game, baseball, but us, it's all about entertainers. And so we're trying to find the most talented entertaining players. So we have a demographic of people that just come out to watch for fun, and then they realize these guys are unbelievably talented baseball players playing at a high level. And that's why we're building a league next year of Banana Ball.
So the 50,000 stadium is sold out?
We sold both nights, so we sold 98,000.
It's not apples to apples because there's 162 games, obviously, but MLB games are not. I mean, I watch them a lot, and there's a lot of seats available, and a lot. That's amazing.
Well, we're a different product. I mean,
totally different product. And you're talking one game. You're not talking about
it's
a
multiple.
homestand.
Yeah,
right. But it's not a homestand at Yankee Stadiums with 30 games.
100%. But we're playing over 100 games a year. Next year will be close to 200 games a year. So it's we're really, really obsessed on the fan experience, and that's why we're selling out these stadiums.
And in terms of where you see this going, I think you and your wife are the only investors in this still, right?
Yeah,
you have 100% ownership.
Yeah, it's just us.
And you have compared this to the UFC.
Yes.
Is that where you see this going?
Well, we've been so inspired. We look at people outside the industry. We've been inspired by watching WWE, UFC, Cirque du Soleil. And when you look at the UFC, I'm blown away by them because what they did is boxing, a traditional sport, which is great. They're always going to have the best boxers in the world are going to be boxing. And then the UFC said, what if we change it a little bit? What if we alter it? What if we get something that maybe opens to a different demographic? And so, I feel we're opening to another demographic.
But
the UFC is not going to start dancing in the middle of.
But it's different. It's an obsession with the fan experience. What Dana White is so good at doing is he's looking at how do you get people the attention that you can't take your eyes off watching it. And the same thing with WWE, even though it is scripted, it's the storylines. So for us, we're obsessed with every second of the show. And I mean, that's why, it's not just dancing umpires and dancing players. There's unbelievable trick plays.
The game's not scripted.
No.
And
there's unbelievable trick plays. Guys are doing backflip catches.
Yeah.
And so we're obsessed with the game.
If they miss it, then it's bad.
It affects the game. The team will lose.
Yeah.
So you need to have a skill level. And so when you look at it like that, it's like, all right, we're trying to build sport.
Yeah.
And the way it works is you get a point if you win the inning, basically.
Yes.
So, and there's a 2-hour limit,
Yes.
so no matter, there's not going to be 9 innings necessarily, 2 hours, and that gets people in it.
100%. So we built the sport, they built the game to look at every friction point in the experience for a fan. So yes, the game's over 3 hours long, and that's too long.
Yeah.
Stepping out of the box, mound visits, bunting, no walks. And so yes, you make it so every moment that you can't take your eyes off what's going to happen. And we got a lot of work to do, but it's been a fun journey so far.
And you're adding another team into the league next year?
Yeah, so we have 4 teams right now. And what people don't understand is, like, the Party Animals were our second team. They have over 6 million followers. They have more followers than every Major League Baseball team on TikTok. So they sold out their tour. The Firefighters sold out their tour. The Tailgaters of Texas, they sold out their whole tour in Texas because people want to see this new level, this new
You own
experience.
all of that?
Yeah, we own all that, and we have 2 new teams coming in 2026. And so that's what fires us up, is because we know there's so many places that we can take this game to. We're going to go to states that people never imagined, North Dakota, South Dakota, Oregon, because there's places that don't have professional baseball, and try to make it fun for everyone. And so that's the vision, that's the goal, and we're having the time of life.
You have said the league is not for sale right now. What would change that?
Nothing. Nothing. We will,
Never?
we will never sell this, and I'll put that on record. Because when you have something that you are obsessed over and you love, and you get so much excitement about seeing the fan experience, every night we'll say at the end of the game, and there'll be thousands of fans hours after the game that just want to meet us and connect with us. That's a feeling, that's a love, and it's not about money, it's about creating fans.
You never need more money, though,
No.
to get bigger, to make additional...
No, our fans support us. So, our business model is very simple. It's ticket sales and it's merchandise. And if you create a great product that your fans love, they will buy tickets and they will buy merchandise. And they support us. And so we keep trying to give back to them to make a better
You
experience.
have more, how many outfits like that?
I have 9 yellow tuxedos.
You have 9 yellow, do you have yellow underwear?
That is a question I've never been asked on record. But the answer is yes.
Do you do you live in Savannah?
Yeah, well, Savannah and Charlotte, yes.
Because Savannah, both of those places are, you're
Like
lucky
that.
you lived in Savannah because it rhymes with banana. Did you ever think about that? Or?
That was part of the vision of creating the Bananas and having a senior citizen dance team, the Banana Nanas. And the Mananas, our dad bought cheerleading
It's
squad.
also serendipitous that it came to pass and it's so successful.
Well, I think things happen for a reason. When you do things for the right way and you do it with the right intentions, things happen. And from sleeping on an airbed and having to sell our house to where we are now, I still believe we're in the first inning. We got a long way to go.
Can you tell us how profitable you are at this point?
The business is very healthy. I will say this. I don't even know what's in the bank account. We know that we're selling out every single game. We know the fans are supporting us at a high level, and the business is unbelievably healthy. We keep reinvesting for our staff, our players, and the experience. We're spending millions on our broadcast because all of our games are broadcast for free as well.
Wow.
So we just continue to try to give back to the fans. If you keep doing that, the money, everything else takes care of itself.
You know how we've worked together long enough, so
Yeah.
I got my thing. So they said, what number do you want? I'm Kernan 13,
I had no idea.
No
I sent
idea.
mine in. I'm quick 13.
Becky
A
13.
lot of 13s.
Well, this was my number.
That was my wedding. And it's, but it's weird when you said we both got, so one of us has to,
We can't be on the field at the same time.
okay.
But guys,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Andrew, you're not 13 too, are you?
What?
unlucky.
No, it's
No,
not.
no, it's very
Unlucky
lucky.
13. Why do you want
Very
13?
lucky. It was unlucky for my wife. Yeah, it was it's our anniversary.
I've always loved 13. I can't be afraid of it. But I have to say, Jesse, thank you for coming in. Thank you for sharing this. And please come back
Yeah.
because I'm all excited about how you
We're
this is not-
We're the other cup. We're one of the other ones.
We're one of the other ones. You'll know
No
it.
one's ever asked you about, I can't believe that.
That's usually getting to more maybe serious questions, but yes.
Serious questions for the Savannah Bananas. Makes a lot of sense.
Well,
Makes a lot of sense.
we take our fan experience very seriously. We take fun very
Good answer.
seriously.
Excellent.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, a lot more to come right here on Squawk Box this morning. We're going to get into what is turning out to be the media and deal story of the morning. Paramount Skydance potentially making a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery, what it could mean, and the role the Ellisons will play in all of it. Stay tuned. We're coming right back.
marking and I'm thinking about it, the 30th anniversary. We didn't really get married. Is it a birthday or an anniversary? It's kind of either one of them. When President called us, he said happy birthday to Squawk Box. So
I thought it was for your birthday.
No, yeah, that's not it, yeah. But anyway, happy Squawk Box, 30 years. Here's a look back at the last 3 decades.
I'm Mark Haynes. This is Squawk Box, a program like none you've ever seen before.
Good morning. I'm Joe Kernan.
Well, I was looking at some options activity last week in a big chemical company. Let's give them a check on the internet stock, shall we?
Okay. Amazon seems to, wow, there is something to talk about since last time. It was 168.
Hi, I'm Alan Greenspan. How are you?
It's not my hair, so why would I internalize that hair?
Can you see the tag? Someone said you could see the
tag.
Enough out there.
Is our guest stylist, the Reverend Jim Bob Kramer from the Church of Whatever's Working Now.
There's a lot of stuff that's .com that's going to be .nothing 6 months from now.
10,000 has been touched, and it was certainly a bit of celebrating. Now everybody's pretty much back to business.
Is that the World Trade Tower? Yeah. This is...
Mark, a plane hit it?
They think so. The New York Stock Exchange is a place where people have still a great deal of sorrow, but are also filled with a great deal of purpose.
Breaking news all over Wall Street this morning. This is a special early morning edition of Squawk as Lehman Brothers files for bankruptcy.
A $50 billion fund of some sort being set up by major foreign and U.S. banks.
Our top story today, the federal government taking more steps to try and ease this credit crisis. Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson and Fed Chairman Ben Bernanke briefing congressional leaders last night.
This is America. How many of you people want to pay for your neighbor's mortgage that has an extra bathroom and can't pay their bills? Raise their hand. How about we all? President Obama, are you listening?
How the winners felt and how the losers felt. And that's what CNBC was designed to do.
You're recommending just people drink a lot, Mario? Is that it?
We like to keep a certain liquidity in our portfolios. Beer, booze, and obviously soft drinks.
Here are two 86-year-old men, as passionate as we've ever been from the day we went to work 65, 66 years ago, right?
Either the economy is going to get better by itself in the next 3 months, and what assets are going to do well. You can guess the assets are going to do well. Stocks.
My take is that if we keep playing for the next 20 or 30 years, and I hope you're out here interviewing me 20 years from now.
If you were ever to buy a professional sports franchise, what would it be?
If I lived in a big city that had a top team, I'd want to buy it there.
We are here with two very special guests this morning, Warren Buffett and Greg Abel, both of Berkshire Hathaway, and they're in Japan. Even if you think I never do anything for you, I just want to tell you about the hazards of working here. We're in a big hangar. There are a lot of birds. One pooped on my head 10 seconds before we came back to air. Look.
I'm happy to welcome and officially introduce Andrew Ross Sorkin.
Do we get to go crazy all the time?
I believe we are just beginning a major reallocation of capital.
But is there one of these things?
Oh, this one?
That created the most satisfaction for you?
You said you were cautiously pessimistic.
How much will it cost?
Well, I don't care about the cost side. You see consumers, wherever they can find a deal, they take the deal.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to New York.
Welcome to New York.
New York City. Welcome to New York. Squawk Box.
The CDC has identified a case of coronavirus.
We're split up today, coming to you from separate locations because of coronavirus, doing our own form of social distancing.
Every human being waking up is like, oh crap, coronavirus.
Let's start with the investor experience.
I have to watch the Squawk Box.
Warren Buffett is investing in Apple.
They just wind me up and I go on the stage. We've done this before.
This is the greatest show on earth.
I'd like to be on the 40th anniversary show. Book me, will you?
What am I watching Squawk Box for? Why am I awake? What am I doing? This is a heck of a green screen, isn't it? You're gonna.
Oh yeah. Snowballs, look where you are.
This is all about our family and our lives and watching it go through the years.
We're all family.
Blake's been on, Scotty's been crawling around the desk. There they are.
Yeah, I thought it was just you guys. Now to everybody?
30 years in 5 minutes and ending 2 days ago. So we're up to date.
Well,
Wow.
just first of all, I want to thank Dean Millar, Brian, who put that together. That was an amazing job. There's stuff in there that we had all forgotten about, and they went through a lot of tape and video to put that together. So congratulations and thank you.
We could do another 5. Let's do all. We should do it every once in a while. And then we have more, I think. But wait, there's more. We did celebrate the other night.
Yeah.
On a very high floor down at Hudson Yards, joined by Warren Buffett, there's Bob Kraft, Mario, look at that guy, the Dalai Lama himself, 12th son of the Lama, gave a little impromptu speeches. And we kept it really short, right, Sorkin? People don't like, do you like being at a cocktail party?
Kept it super short.
Yeah.
Super short. That's not easy.
Fan pleaser.
Not easy.
Fan pleaser.
Yeah, fan pleaser. But what a venue.
Can I just say for a second? And I told you guys this the other day during the commercial break after that party. It was so emotional to think of just about being all together all these years, and you know, it's you guys, it's the production crew, it's everybody, and it's an amazing family, and it's an amazing family of guests who've been on this show, who've made it what it is. And I just want to thank Joe and Becky and everybody involved in this. It's an amazing thing.
Same here, Andrew. And that was a breakthrough moment, I thought, for us the other morning. You looked at me with a certain level of sentimentality. It was nice. It's only been 15 years, and we've done it. We've made it. I think we've broken through. We have broken through all together.
I think so too. And I do want to say thank you to both of you who make this amazing.
We love each other.
I want to thank the staff like Andrew did too. I mean, Ed Taroni and Kate Kramer and Dave Evans and Matt Greco, Rob Cantino. There's so many people who put this together and make this happen every day.
And Casey Sullivan, who is paid, and Mark Lazarus, who is the most important person, and the greatest person that we have associated. So, and a good golfer, good friend.
But it's been a great, lots of years, and we appreciate all the viewers at home too. So thank you all.
I like Warren. I want to make 50. He wants to make 40. I want him to make 50, and I want to make. Might have to be dog years, Andrew. I don't know. We'll give it a shot.
All right, when we come back, Puck's Matt Bellany will join us on the potential for a Paramount Skydance Warner Brothers merger. Those two stocks surging yesterday on the potential for this. Stay tuned, you're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
subscriptions.
It is 7 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross-Dorkin, along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick on this Friday morning. And we've got a lot going on this Friday. Among today's top stories, investigators now releasing photos and a video of the person that they believe shot and killed 31-year-old conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Now, those photos show a person wearing a black long...
Oh.
Yeah, he was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt with an American flag on it, the sunglasses, a hat, and a backpack. A new video released by authorities shows a person dressed in black fleeing in the moments right after that shooting. Microsoft and OpenAI say they've come to an agreement that will allow OpenAI to move forward with restructuring into a for-profit company. The two computing giants signing a non-binding memorandum of understanding outlining the next phase of their partnership. And crypto company Gemini's space station, founded by the billionaire Winklevoss brothers, pricing its IPO at $28 a share. That is above expectations. The company will have a valuation topping $3 billion. It's going to be listing at the NASDAQ under the symbol GEMI and will be speaking live with Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Right now, let's take a quick check at the futures. A little bit lower for the Dow, off by about 80 points. But of course, this is after the first time that the Dow crossed the 46,000 level yesterday, hitting a new high. S&P and the NASDAQ also closed at new highs yesterday, but now the S&P is off only by about 8 points. The NASDAQ is unchanged, basically, at this point. Take a look at Treasuries right now, too. 4.03% on the 10-year, 3.54 on the 2-year. And let's get over to Dom Chu. We're going to look at this morning's pre-market movers. Hey, Dom.
Hey, good morning, Becky. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Andrew. We're going to start off with shares of Adobe, which are popping right now, moving the pre-market to the upside, up by about 3.5% after it reported a third-quarter beat pretty much across the board yesterday afternoon and issued some strong current quarter guidance. Adobe has struggled this year as AI has really encroached upon the market share of traditional software-type companies, but it has been working to incorporate AI into its products. Adobe's CEO said on the conference call that the company's AI-influenced ARR, that's annual recurring revenue, has now surpassed $5 billion. So a little bit of positivity on an underperformer in AI. Adobe shares up 3.5%. Meantime, Supermicro shares rising this morning after it began worldwide shipments for its systems that are tied to NVIDIA's highest performing Blackwell AI chips. Those, remember, used to train those big AI models. The stock has had a rocky recovery from the lows that it hit back in November when it was in danger of possibly being delisted from the NASDAQ. So Supermicro shares up north of 5%. And we'll round things out with Restoration Hardware, or I'm sorry, RH, the company formerly known as Restoration Hardware, tumbling this morning to the tune of 9% after reporting a Q2 miss. The company's Q2 and full-year guidance also came in below estimates. RH is citing a $30 million cost of incremental tariffs in that guidance. It said that the guidance did not include any potential furniture tariffs that the Trump administration has alluded to in recent months. So keep an eye on RH shares down 9%. Becky, I'll send things back over to you guys.
That's really catchy. RH sounds like a blood transfusion company. I mean, why wasn't there a Cracker Barrel pushback on changing Restoration Hardware to RH?
Why that?
They did RH.
Maybe they could have done Cracker Barrel as CB, and then that would have maybe
don't mess with Cracker.
Like a breaker.
Yeah, don't mess with Cracker Barrel. Leave Cracker. Do not do it. That was unbelievable. Anyway, Dom, you can thank him. It says Becky.
Go ahead.
Let's both thank, because we both appreciate it.
Thank you, Dom.
You're welcome, everybody.
So 30 it's been. What did we say at the top? It's been 30 years. If I got that right? Okay.
Yes, you're good.
We said it a few times this week. Sources tell CNBC that Paramount Skydance is working with an investment bank to prepare an all-cash takeover bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Join us now, Puck's Matt Bellany. Was I overstating it, Matt, that not only are we in business news, but we're part of the media, so suddenly something like this is just so interesting because it combines everything we're interested in. Can I ask you a question, though? Why not wait if you are the Ellisons to buy what you want? And I figure that's the streaming stuff. Is there really the thought that it would cost too much because it would be available for anyone to shop for? But they're buying an entire company that everybody wants out of the cable part. Why not wait? Why buy all the cable crap?
I think you're acting a little bit. I think you're being a little bit more rational than perhaps the family of the world's richest man is acting. I mean, this is something where if they want it and they feel that they can get a little bit of a discount by going early and making sure that an Amazon or a Netflix or one of these other tech powers doesn't come in and try to acquire this asset, then it's worth spending a few $1 billion more. And they do believe there is a path forward for these cable networks. It's not just buying nothing. They think that combining the Warner cable networks with what they have at Paramount would at least give them some kind of a scale play that could match what some company like Versant is doing, or perhaps they end up combining those assets with the Versant assets to create a cable TV power, and similar to what the private equity firms have done with newspapers. So there is a rationale.
That was the answer that was the devil's advocate. That was the answer I was looking for, that everything's worth more than it's currently valued at in the public markets right now.
Could be so. And, you know, we haven't, the leadership of Warner Discovery believes that these assets have been incredibly undervalued by the market. Their stock has just not done anything until the news of this deal. And they believe that there is a momentum brewing there. There is a turnaround brewing there. So we'll see what the ultimate price of this offer is. It'll be very interesting to see, because it's obviously a starting point for negotiation.
But you think that what they really, the crown jewel would be to put the streaming operations together. That would be pretty powerful. And to put the studios together and then do what they will. But as you say, who knows? Maybe they can do some stuff with cable as well. And Versant is going to happen soon.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you put these two companies together, that's about 200 million streaming subscribers. That's a real competitor to companies like Netflix, Disney. Now, we'll see how much overlap there is between Paramount Plus and HBO Max, and there's a lot of hurdles to that. The studio stuff, yeah, they want the IP. Paramount does not have the intellectual property that Warner Brothers has. Warner's is one of the A-list studios. It's got the DC franchise. It's got all the stuff from Warner Brothers Television over the years. They own Friends. They have all sorts of things that Paramount doesn't have. And Ellison sees that as a franchise machine, that he could exploit those properties across the studio. We'll see if they keep the brands separate, assuming this deal happens. I could see a world where it becomes Warner Brothers, a Skydance company, and Paramount, a Skydance company. But back end will all be combined, and there'll be a bunch of consolidation.
We saw the angst at CBS coming under what's happening with the Ellisons. I was a fly on the wall over at CNN. There's gonna be a lot of support groups, a lot of therapy sessions, a lot of couch, a lot of hand wringing. Can you imagine right now have you heard anecdotally whether?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're not happy about this, but this is not the first time this has been discussed. I mean, all the way back in the late 2000s, there was discussions about combining the news operations of CBS News and CNN. It's an efficiency move. These days in television news, you're looking for efficiencies. These are two pretty good brands when it comes to news gathering. The brand in the U.S. for CNN has been pretty politicized, but I see the synergy idea here. But obviously, thousands of people are going to get fired if this deal happens, and that's not what people want.
Hey, Matt, it's a much smaller deal, but maybe starts to make a little bit more strategic sense in this grander context that we're talking about. And by the way, we're not even throwing TikTok into the mix. It's possible ultimately that this family, the Ellisons, could own Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery, and TikTok, and Oracle. And if you were to try to leverage them all together, that would be quite something. But what I was going to ask you about was Barry Weiss, which is I think what Joe was alluding to. Barry Weiss's Free Press negotiations apparently continue. A deal that would be around $150 million. A lot of people said the economics of that are ambitious or don't necessarily make sense, but maybe they start to make sense if you think that Trump administration regulators are going to ultimately have to approve all of these deals together, and that might make this more palatable to them if they think that the news operations are moving more rightward or I'm sure they would argue more centered.
Sure. I mean, and that's the goal here. I mean, Ellison has made several moves that have been either kissing the ring or tipping his hand, or at least trying to show the Trump administration that he's making moves to centralize or to deliberalize the news network. And the ombudsman they just hired has ties to right-wing think tanks. This guy, Ken Weinstein. There's a lot of things that they're doing that suggest they believe that they will not be held up by the Trump administration if they go after Warner Brothers. There's an economic argument. Obviously, Netflix and YouTube are bigger in streaming, and this is not the big media power that maybe it would have been even a decade ago. But there's a political thing that they're doing where with Barry Weiss on board and with some of these other changes and some of the backroom stuff that we know that Ellison has talked about with the Trump people, they feel at least that they could get this through if they wanted to.
All right, it was good seeing you as well, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. And Andrew, I don't know where my app stands with you. You haven't really filled me in on that, but if the media moves to the center on its own, my app is useless. If my filter app, which will filter out all the left-wing bias, if it's moving on its own, is it less valuable, do you think? Should we shelve the idea? Are you still working on it for me?
I'm still working. I think that you are going to ultimately be competing with the Ellisons, Joe Kernan. This app is going to take on the TikTok, Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery conglomerate.
Let's do it. Bring them on.
They have more money.
Have you worked on it recently at all? Or the whole anniversary thing got in the way? Have you worked on it at all?
I played with it about a week ago.
You don't say.
About a week ago, but I gotta get down to work. I gotta get really down into my, coding.
Oh.
Go on.
Okay, when we come back, a lot more on Squawk Box. The latest results of the CNBC Retail Monitor and what it's telling us about consumer confidence right now. Plus, Ivanka Trump, co-founder of Planet Harvest and the CEO of Chobani, they're going to tell us about a new mission that they're on to curb food waste and reevaluate the nation's food chain. That's coming up at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. You don't want to miss it. We're coming right back.
you download Dave.
CNBC and the National Retail Federation releasing the latest retail monitor numbers, and senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins us with the latest on that. Steve.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Consumer spending pushed ahead in August with slightly above average gains helped by back-to-school shopping, but the CNBC NRF retail monitor could also be picking up some tariff effects inside this consumer spending. The retail monitor, powered by real credit card spending data from Affinity Solutions, show total retail sales up 0.5%. That's a little bit above the running average. It's down a little bit from the 1.5% the prior month. Year over year, running strongly, 6.8%. Core retail sales, that takes out restaurants as well, up 0.3%, slightly less than the overall number, down from the strong number we had in July, 1.6%, but 6.7% year over year is pretty strong. The recent history shows considerable volatility, even with the data seasonally adjusted. Consumers look like they bought ahead of tariffs, then reduced spending, then came back, and now maybe we're settling down into a more average number here. Could also be some of the gains are reflecting inflation embedded in imported goods. The NRF said consumer spending was, quote, fueled by a still stable consumer and a robust back-to-school shopping season, supported by lower fuel costs, tax-free holidays, and consumers buying products before tariff increases take effect. But 8 of our 12 sectors did rise, paced by digital products up by 1.6%. Restaurant and bars, that's a good number. It shows a little bit of discretionary spending, maybe also a little inflation in there. Food and beverage up 1%. General merchandise up 0.4%. But a couple discretionary items right there. Sporting goods and hobby stores down 0.8%. Building and garden supplies down 2.1%. The government's going to give us the retail sales report on Tuesday, the day the Fed meeting starts. That data show nominal spending has held up the past several months, but when you adjust it for inflation, consumer spending has actually been weak the past 3 months. That could reflect a tariff impact, guys.
Are you surprised by both the higher digital spending, which I thought was a little bit of a surprise, and maybe you put in the discretionary side, but some of those negative numbers?
Let's take a look at that, Andrew. That's been running very strong. We have a special category here, which is, online sales of software and all kinds of stuff. That has been a perennial good number for in this thing. The government's number is like online sales, and we think that's stupid because we think there's no difference right now between online and brick and mortar store sales. But looking at the digital category here, Andrew, it's been running pretty strong the last several months, and I have not been surprised by it. Let me just show you 1.3. Yeah, it's routinely up between 0.5 and 1.5%. So that's a good business to be in right now.
Okay, Steve Leisman, thank you for that. Pass over to Becky.
Andrew, thank you. When we come back, it could be called the stock of the week, or the month, or the year. We're talking about Oracle. That's the company taking off after its latest earnings report. It was up more than 31% for the week. It was up 36% one day this week. We're going to talk about what's happening with Oracle shares. We'll take a look at the stock and the tech sector. All of that coming up next when Squawk Box comes right back.
Time now for today's Aflac Trivia question. What music video was once part of Joe Kernan's introduction to the show's Stocks to Watch segment? The answer when Squawk Box returns. And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. What music video was once part of Joe Kernan's introduction to the show's Stocks to Watch segment? The answer, the Animal Orchestra.
Okay, you fooled me with that one. I know all about the Animal Orchestra, but I thought you meant like an actual music video, and I thought that this was something that predated my days. Man, have I missed this. Joe, they're playing your tune.
Oh my God, the Animal Orchestra. We had so many. I mean,
Actually, you played that. It was hilarious because you played it just to annoy Carl. I hate it.
Carl used to he'd break out in hives. It was unbelievable how much he didn't. And who doesn't like that?
Well, I like it for the same reason you do. It annoys some people. And by the way, when we talk about the show being a family, we do things to drive each other crazy. I know that you have OCD and you hate it when I leave open a closet door. I do. I leave those things open just to drive you crazy.
And Wilford Brimley, I mean, he was great, wasn't he?
I was racking my brain trying to figure out what music video was involved with it because I thought it was like an actual MTV music video.
When did we do it? We would play it when we were doing, and then we did
Stocks to Watch. It was for the Stocks to Watch segment.
Stocks to Watch. So what about the Penguins? You don't have those ready to go, Greco? Oh, we couldn't find the Penguins. We want to do
Lemmings.
Lemmings.
That was for you in favor, right?
That was whenever all the analysts would move at the same time after something very obvious happened, so they had to all move, and then one after another we talk about each Wall Street firm that was downgrading the stock after, you know, bad earnings, and there were Penguins because we couldn't do Lemmings, but they were cute.
I think about it. You, Andrew, and I spend more time together every day than we probably do with our spouses. 3 hours uninterrupted, sitting here, trying to get to know each other, figuring out everything that drives each other crazy, using it constantly. We are a family.
We are, but the people that, the poor people that have been watching for 10 years and we've never played it this long, that are watching us now, they're like, okay, I'm done.
All right.
This will be the last time.
No.
Can you play a swing, John? Do you have?
You get in trouble for that.
Austin Powers, we can't do it. What about Yeah Baby? No? Okay.
Well, you can do that.
All right, fine. We don't have them
Oh,
anymore.
they washed them out of the keyboard.
Washed them out, but not the Animal Orchestra.
Yay. Okay, Oracle shares have outperformed the S&P 500 this year, gaining more than 90%. And joining us right now with more on what's driving growth at Oracle and some of the other big tech names is Doug Clinton. He is Intelligent Alpha founder and CEO.
Top that, Doug.
Doug, I think it's pretty easy, right? It's AI and the promise of more money being poured into that pursuit of AI.
That's right. I can't compete with the Animal Orchestra, but Oracle, I can say this. They are a stock to watch. They've had a great year so far, up 90% now year to date. And I think there's a bigger thing that's going on as we think about what happened with their earnings, why the stock was up so much this week. And the reason is because I think we got a question answered, which is we keep wondering, you know, when are the hyperscalers going to slow down this CapEx spend? And the answer from Oracle, I think pretty definitively, is no time soon. And if you look at companies like Google and Amazon, the expectations for them for CapEx next year are high single digits, 10%. I think that's too low. I think all of these hyperscalers, driven by Oracle's strong entry into this cloud game, they're going to have to continue to invest in building more infrastructure because the demand for AI services is there.
Hey Doug, anybody who's been a naysayer on any of these major companies that are on the receiving end of the money coming through for building out the AI infrastructure has gotten burned and burned pretty badly. But there is a new story out from the Wall Street Journal today that raises questions about how much is riding on the funding challenges coming from OpenAI. They point out that in the last 9 months, OpenAI has committed to spending about $60 billion a year for computing from Oracle, $18 billion on that data center venture that it's doing, $10 billion of customized chips, and that's just the start of what they've promised. But they are losing billions of dollars right now. They're on track to make about $13 billion in revenue this year, and the math doesn't add up there. They have to get to a point where they can access more investing dollars or the capital markets in some way, shape, or form. And I know they're on their way to doing that. They have this memorandum of understanding with Microsoft, but there are some other things that are hanging out there, including California regulators that might say, no, you can't do this. because as Elon Musk has pointed out, that's not the way you can transition from a not-for-profit to a profitable company. What do you have any concerns about the OpenAI piece of this alone?
I don't, and what's I think really interesting about this, Becky, is if you think about what OpenAI is doing, they're playing the venture capital game at a scale that people have never seen before. That's something that's new, I think, in this cycle with AI, where to your point, I mean, they are committing to tens of billions of dollars that they haven't raised yet, that don't yet have assured access to. And they're sort of saying, you know, if we build it, they will come. They're seeing the demand on the customer side. I think they're seeing the demand in terms of revenue accelerating, only at 13 billion run rate. They'll probably be at 20 billion by the end of the year and look to double that next year. And so I think what Sam Altman is doing, and he comes from the venture capital world, is he's saying, you know, this is how the game is played at the highest level. And I think that they will be able to sort these things out, because I do think that the demand from the customer side is there. That's what we keep hearing from all of these companies, is that they can't keep up with the demand.
So let's talk about where you really come down as a stock picker on this. Do you like Oracle after being up 83% year to date and up 30 or 31% just this week alone? Would you still buy in?
We unfortunately don't own Oracle, and at Intelligent Alpha we do use AI to do our stock analysis, our stock picking in the mega cap space. That's right. AI missed Oracle, unfortunately, in this case. But what I think our models do like, they're continuing to say, look, if you think about, call it the tremendous 10 or whatever we want, you know, as we add Oracle, TSM, you know, Broadcom to the Mag 7, we do like NVIDIA first, Microsoft, and then TSM. Those are our three picks that our models favor the most. And I think if you think about that reality, NVIDIA continues to have this demand that we've talked about. There will continue to be this data center build out. TSM also benefits from that. And then obviously the Microsoft pieces, they're still the leaders, in my opinion, in the AI data infrastructure side.
They don't get undercut by all the new partnerships that OpenAI is building, all the new relationships. They're going to be just fine with the relationships they pick up from here?
I think they will be fine, and we've seen them diversifying as well. I mean, they've added Grok as part of their offering just a few months ago to kind of diversify away from OpenAI. There's talk about Anthropic as well. And so I think, again, they have probably the most purely developed, the most advanced AI cloud infrastructure available to customers right now. And as they continue to build out that partner set, I think customers will come and use them.
Man, the frenemies list in Silicon Valley and in tech at this point is so hard to keep up to date with. I mean, you know about the huge rivalries, the huge partnerships, but man, it is head spinning who's teaming up with who and how that changes the whole thing. Doug, thank you very much for joining us this morning. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, Becky.
All right, we'll come around. Do you remember one other sound effect we had? I don't think it'll work anymore. I can try it.
Turtle?
No, not Anthony Weiner. Weiner. Anthony Weiner. Anthony Weiner. Coming up.
Weiner chicken dinner.
We used to do it when he was in the news. Carlos Danger, when he was in the news, every time we said.
It made it a little awkward when it came on after.
It did. And when we'd intro him, and the sound guy would do it was a different thing. That thing is gone, but they figured that out for me. Ivanka Trump's going to come out on the set, and the founder and CEO of Chobani are teaming up to combat food waste. This is a pretty interesting story, and it's like, we don't do this already? You got to be kidding me. It seems so obvious to do it. It's pretty amazing. We're going to hear more about their mission when they join us next on Set Squawk Box. Coming right back. No Anthony Weiner. effort to combat food waste, two entrepreneurs have teamed up to reevaluate America's food supply chain. Joining us now, Ivanka Trump, co-founder of Planet Harvest, and Hamdi Ulukaya. Is that good?
Yes.
Wow. Founder and CEO of Chobani. The two are launching a partnership to rescue, is a word we can use, but we'll explain, 1.5 million pounds of strawberries from being discarded. Ivanka, it's good to see you.
Great to be here.
Thank you for joining us. This is just the beginning, and if we do the actual numbers of how many strawberries actually get plowed under, and we need to, let's start just explaining how that works, Ivanka, because,
sure.
I mean, I can't believe one strawberry is better than another, but it is. And they have to be large, they have to be succulent, they have to look good to be enough to sell premium prices, but there's so many that are wasted.
Well, a year ago, I founded a company called Planet Harvest with a co-founder, Melissa Ackerman, who was at the time running one of the largest produce logistics companies in the United States. And we started talking about the amount of food waste that's happening at a field level, and it is atrocious. So with any given crop, roughly 40% of the harvest is just left in the field. And this is due to cosmetic spec that typically it's a millimeter too big or too small. It's such a unnoticeable difference, and it's a difference that should be celebrated. Fruit isn't supposed to be universally sized. And amazingly, there's no secondary market for produce at scale in the United States. So that translates to 40 billion pounds of wasted produce that's lost revenue for the farmers. It's nutritious food that doesn't get it onto community tables, and obviously all the negative environmental externalities. So personally, I love being contrarian by being obvious, and I said somebody's got to take this on. So we founded Planet Harvest to address that.
It's plowed under. It's literally plowed, and
it's left there. And
they've
then
fertilized it, they've watered it, they've grown it, and it's left either to rot or.
For the farmer, and you know it's such a tough business to begin with, but for the farmer, that's the last moment. It's at the point where the harvest is happening where it's decided if it stays in the field or it gets taken out.
And nobody would buy this before?
You know, amazingly, there was just no market for it. And when you think about it, so even if you take away the fresh aisle of the grocer, what about purees? What about dried? What about prepared foods?
Well, I'm looking at Hamdi and I'm thinking, I don't care what's in my yogurt. It can be small and mush stuff.
Perfectly fine. Yeah. I mean, in anything, you get the strawberries and you cut them, you know, in slices or puree them, and from the taste and quality, it's actually better. And until we talked with Ivanka about a year ago, I had no idea. I mean, even though I'm very aware of what's happening in food and farm levels and how the conditions are, this particular issues we were completely unaware of until Planet Harvest brought it into our attention.
And in the initial, what did you buy?
So
what did you say? 1.2 million.
One of my first calls, I called him and I said, you know, there's this incredible amount of waste that's happening at a field level. You are a very large-scale consumer of produce, particularly berries. Would you allow us to take a look at your supply chain and let us start to purchase the whole harvest from farmers to support your needs, your fruit needs, through Planet Harvest? And we did that. We started that over a year ago. We're now doing all of Chobani's strawberries, so this translates to tens of millions of cups of yogurt and fruit drinks.
Delicious
and
yogurt.
We're extending that into other SKUs, blackberry, stone fruit, and we're working with large-scale grocers and food service companies and brands to do the same and really look at their supply chain and see how we can reduce the amount of waste, support farmers, and help the environment. So we decided to really focus on the larger companies so that we can drive the needle, move volume, and make an impact for the farmers. This would have been zero revenue for them, that now is becoming quite meaningful.
And you could do this 1,000 times with different people are watching now that are thinking, you know, I could probably help here. Why for-profit? This is a for-profit.
So initially, actually, it was going to be a non-for-profit.
Right.
How Hamdi and I were connected is when I was in government during the first administration, I started the Farmers to Family Food Box program during COVID, because all of a sudden the supply chains were disrupted and you had all of these farmers with no market to deliver their perishable goods into. So I became very close with farmers and what was happening on a farm level. And Hamdi called me after I left government and was telling me that that program had impacted many of his dairy farmers and how he appreciated what we were doing and wanted to see if there was a way we could do something in the private sector. We ended up doing just some great charitable work in communities where he has factories in Idaho and upstate New York around the holidays, which was amazing. But it really started for me a broader conversation. And initially I said, you know what, why don't we just buy this excess and get it to food banks? And I thought that to really do the volume, to make it a functional private sector business, and it has the ability, you can actually impact a lot more change. And ultimately, we're doing the philanthropy, and I continue to give back in the form of feeding those in need with this nutritious food. But I think we can really catalyze structural change to how the whole harvest is valued by consumers of product, and hopefully people, and that Planet Harvest logo will come to mean something in terms of supporting smart agriculture.
And you don't need to sell for profit because you can go to scale. I think it just works better that way. I mean, it's a dirty, I don't know why in today's world that the profit incentive is a bad thing, but it can be can grow something much more quickly.
And I think Hamdi's, I'm so appreciative to him because he really gave us a huge shot. He said, okay, well, the problem is clear, even though it's not something that's known to most people about the amount of waste that's happening. And but he really gave us a lot of latitude and gave us some huge volume numbers. We started with strawberries. We spent a lot of time together in a field with farmers, multi-generations, saying that this was, you know, life-changing for them in terms of somebody coming and buying this whole harvest and then being able to do generational planning and investing.
Yeah, Hamdi, I almost wonder, is this a situation where you can, you know, make money by doing good at this too? Was it cheaper to buy these than it was for the other strawberries?
It's not in the beginning, unless you know you have early investment. Like you gotta have to lean in. Like that's what Ivanka said. We have to have a commitment and say, okay, this is a solvable problem. Now, when Planet Harvest brought it, I had no idea. When I went there, I said, yeah, 40% of these fruits and vegetables are wasted. It's not even picked from the field. It's just first reaction is, this can't be true.
Wasteful,
and then after they said, okay, it is true, we have to do something about it. You can't look at it economics from day one. You have to look at it what happens 3, 4, 5 years from now. And if you look at it from that perspective, absolutely win, 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 win. When Ivanka says, you win for the farmers, win for the land. I mean, win for the land is massive. Amount of waste and the water usage. Win for the economy, and then win for the consumers. And of course, in the end, it has to be win for the processors and manufacturers. That's very clear. It's very clear to us there's a path to be win for us.
And for us, it was important, like obviously we have to be competitive from a pricing standpoint. There's a lot of work we have to do to get into people's supply chains and really see and reorganize them. But obviously we want, the food has to taste as good or better, which was the most important thing for Hamdi and his team at Chobani. And we have to be competitive from a pricing standpoint, but we can do all that, and we are.
I want you to come back, and I was thinking vegetables. I want to hear, you could do this with just about anything, but I want to ask you, because of this moment that maybe we're in this country while you're here. You're out of government, but I know that you knew Charlie, and I think, I know I spoke to your father yesterday. He was very measured in what he said, that it's, you know, Charlie, his whole goal was to try to get both sides talking, and I'm wondering whether, I mean, his death could be usher in maybe a discussion at this point.
It's, Joe, it's unconscionable. I mean, what transpired and very personal. I've known Charlie for approaching a decade now, and he was a good man, highly principled, and he was a champion for debate and dialogue and free speech, the cornerstone of democracy. And he was silenced for being so persuasive, ultimately. And I think he represents the kind of politics we should aspire to, where you're not afraid of people who disagree with you. In fact, you welcome them into conversation and debate. And you're not afraid to have your opinions changed when a better argument is put to you. Once we stop talking to one another, it all breaks down. once we're afraid of somebody's ability to speak, and Charlie was one of the best. I mean, his tongue, his brain, that was his sword. So it's heartbreaking, and obviously, like the rest of this country, my heart is with his beloved wife, Erica. He loved her so much, and his beautiful children. So.
Your father had what could have been a similar experience, and it's got to, these things have to stop, and we can't tolerate the Luigi. Maybe because no one knew the United Healthcare guy very well, people got away with these flippant comments about that should have never been allowed to happen. You can't celebrate someone getting shot in the back.
Political assassination and assassination attempts are at the highest level that they've been since the 1960s.
Right.
That is the.
But is there a moment where, I mean, can we fix it the way social media still? I don't know. We're in a different.
It seems like there's almost a normalization of this type of act of extreme violence, and I pray that maybe in this moment it's an inflection point for us as a country and as a society, and it stirs the type of conversation Charlie would have initiated on a topic like this.
Well, come back. We'll talk yogurt and fruit and vegetables and helping farmers and everything else, but I want to just touch on that quickly. Thank you, Ivanka. Thanks.
And my prayers are with Erica and the kids.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well, Sparkbox will be right back.
Number 18.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Paramount Skydance reportedly preparing an all-cash bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Both of those stocks jumping this week. on the back of that news. Joining us right now is Rich Greenfield, Lightshed Partners co-founder, and we want to talk to him about what this could portend. If you're David Zaslav, do you think you're going to be taking a deal with these guys?
Look, Andrew, I think as we said on Squawk Box back when this deal, when the Paramount Skydance deal closed, this really shows David Ellison is a different type of media executive. He is playing by a different rule book, a different playbook. He has massive ambition. Remember, Andrew, he's 42 years old. He is looking at this as how do I build a massive tech-driven media company, which no one has really done, starting with a media business. Netflix has done it from the other side, but no one's built it from the media side. He is trying to do something no one's ever done. And I think the speed at which he's moving in terms of whether it's UFC, Stranger Than, the Duffer Brothers who made Stranger Things, South Park, now this, like it's just one after another. He is moving at incredible speed. And I think it's going to be very hard for Warner Brothers to say no to this, especially if he puts up a bid of, $20+ call it 20, 22.50, something in that range, mostly in cash. I don't know how they could ever say no.
And what about the economics for Paramount itself? I mean, a lot of this is going to be paid for by the Ellison family, but if you're a shareholder of Paramount, that stock moving as well.
Well, look, I think that's what's interesting, right? I don't think anyone would have expected Paramount shares to surge on this news. You're obviously getting diluted. We don't even know the financials of Paramount. Like, the company hasn't even given guidance of what the new Paramount looks like after the Skydance transaction. They spent a tremendous amount of money. Presumably numbers are meaningfully lower, but we haven't gotten any color on what that looks like, what the cost cutting looks like. And now we're potentially dealing with integrating all of Warner Brothers and what that looks like after probably a 12-month regulatory process. I think this is more of, it is an idea. This is sort of, you're betting on the big, bold ambition of David Ellison and what he's trying to accomplish. I think investors are probably excited about sort of just building something huge that over 5 to 10 years could really compete with a Netflix, be in the category of a Disney in terms of like the scale of their streaming business. Like, I think that's what you're thinking about here if you're a Paramount investor. But look, am I surprised the way the stock acted on this type of a transaction? Absolutely. But again, this is probably not using a lot of Paramount shares directly. This is probably Ellison effectively injecting his own cash and owning the vast majority of the new company.
Right. Okay, let me ask you a different question. Parent company of this network, at least currently, until it gets spun off as Versant, do you imagine Comcast could make a competing bid? There's been a lot of chatter for years that potentially you'd want to merge a Peacock, for example, with a Warner Brothers.
Andrew, I think we were on this air talking to you, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, saying the ultimate transaction was when Jason Kilar and Jeff Shell were running the two respective businesses, of why these businesses of NBCU and Warner Brothers were really good marriages. Look, if I was Brian Roberts, I'm sure I'm in a war room last night with Mike Cavanaugh and the whole team, and I'm sure I'm thinking about, hey, do I put out a competing bid? There's two problems. One, there's no doubt that there is a regulatory problem. President Trump and the government does not really love, Brendan Carr at the FCC. You do not have fans of Comcast inside the government right now, whereas you certainly do on the Ellison side. So I think it's regulatory-wise much easier for this transaction to get approved by Paramount than it does by Comcast or NBCU. But the bigger problem, Andrew, is you're competing against somebody. If they're paying mostly cash, they can pay a lot more, right? Like, how do you compete? This is not like competing with another company that's levered. You're competing with a company that, okay, whether they spend $50 billion, $60 billion, the reality is Larry Ellison and the Ellison family made more money on Oracle stock this week than we're even talking about paying for Warner Brothers. So how do you do it? How do you can drive the price up the way they did on Disney, right? The price of Fox in that Disney battle a few years ago certainly went up because of Comcast.
Rich, can I just ask you, I'm thinking off the cuff just based on what you just said, if you think Brian Roberts and Mike Cavanaugh are in a room trying to figure out if they can make a competing bid, I guess that would be smart because it would be hard for regulators to turn down one bid but not the other. But can they do that while they're spinning off Versant? Is that too many things to have happen at once? Or
Well,
will
you
they
don't
spin
have.
off?
First of all, you don't have to spin off Versant, right? Like you could delay that, or you could wait on that for sure, because you might want to wait on that if you were bidding, because then you might, when you would spin off a larger group of cable networks, Becky, meaning the Warner Brothers ones and those. But there's one last piece of this. If you're David Ellison, you can't lose, because if you lose, if the board turns down your offer, then they do the split of Warner Brothers. You have to wait 2 years, and I think the reality is, there's no way he's going to put out a bid that doesn't win.
Reasons, right? You have to wait 2 years because
Correct.
that would be too disadvantageous to any of the shareholders after you just spun it off from the tax perspective on those things.
Correct. And I think the last piece of this is because I don't think Paramount really thought the split was going to happen. And I think the fact that Gunnar, the CFO of Warner Brothers, started talking about selling a 20% stake before the split even happened, and it might have gone to a strategic, my guess is the Paramount team got a little spooked and started pushing far faster to get this deal done soon before the split, because they didn't want a third party involved in Warner Brothers studio piece after the split, or before the split had even happened.
Rich, if I was like the son of someone really rich, I'd be like Edgar Bronfman. I'd want to get into, like, I'd sell all my DuPont, even with that great dividend. And I'd buy MCA and I'd run it into the ground, but I'd meet a lot of actresses and stuff. I mean, why isn't David Ellison, why not software? Is it the allure, once again, of the sexy? And it's like, it seems like history repeating itself to me. You got a lot of money. I would buy an entertainment company. It's just more fun and more interesting. But is it have more value than an AI startup or something he could be doing?
Joe, you asked one of the most important questions, like, why this, right? But I think the answer is, you shouldn't assume they're done. Look at the firepower behind the Ellison family. Maybe TikTok is next. I mean, we've talked about them, Oracle and Larry Ellison. Maybe the next step is buying TikTok and injecting TikTok in. Don't just assume this is Paramount, Skydance, and Warner Brothers. There may be several more steps. I think he's playing 4D chess. Like, there is a whole other game going on. This is not just, maybe they're spinning off the cable networks, like maybe like a Versant-like spin after this, and maybe then they go out and buy TikTok. Like, I think there's a lot of strategic moves. I think what's interesting is obviously they're not really communicating with Wall Street. You know, they haven't done like any form of real like investor communication. I think it's because they are putting the pieces together and they're really operating at with a real urgency that we haven't seen out of media companies in the past.
Rich, want to thank you for your perspective. I'm with you. I think TikTok is the next chess piece in this game. We'll see how it all goes. In the meantime, thanks again. We'll talk soon. When we come back, we've got a first on CNBC interview. This is a biggie. Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss, the twins, the billionaire.
on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. And as we get closer to the opening bell, you are taking a look at the futures. Right now, it looks like the Dow futures are off by triple digits, but again, it closed at a record level yesterday, above 46,000 for the first time ever. S&P futures down about 3 points after closing at a record, and the NASDAQ also closed at a record yesterday. It's indicated up by close to 30 points. Treasury yields have been a little bit higher this morning, even after the numbers we saw yesterday from the PPI, or from the CPI yesterday and the PPI the day before. 10-year is yielding 4.04%. The 2-year is at 3.56. And then you've got oil prices, which started the week a little higher. They're up once again by about 1.75% to $63.46 a barrel. Right now, we want to get over to Mike Santoli with more on the markets. Mike, what's caught your attention this morning? What are you watching?
Well, Becky, obviously we're taking a little bit of a breath after a little sprint higher yesterday, and we're up exactly 12% in the S&P 500 year to date. That's without dividends. I've been pointing out that basically since July 31st, the market has been kind of resting. Maybe it was fatigued in certain areas, kind of rotating around, turning sideways, but avoiding any kind of appreciable broad pullback. We haven't had a 3% pullback since the spring, and in part that's because investors were willing to bet that we were going to get Fed rate cuts coming, along with a still steady economy at worst. Yesterday's dovish implications of the data we got, weekly jobless claims plus the CPI, definitely confirmed that. It's not clear that it gave us extra ammunition to go a lot further than that. Obviously, the bond market had mostly priced in that scenario. That's why you're seeing it settle out here. But obviously, kind of a well-deserved rest this morning. Did want to point out a couple of bellwether areas that I always like to track: semis and home builders. They've been in synchrony for a while here. This is a 3-year chart. Basically, this bull market started almost 3 years ago, basically October of 2022. And you see they've basically been a double, and they're below the highs slightly. But yesterday, a huge boost to home builders, understandably, as rates coming down on the long end, the hope that mortgage rates are going to ease. And then, of course, outperforming the S&P 500 handily over that period. These are two secular growth areas, kind of benefiting from demographics and scarcity along the way. Take a look at emerging markets relative to the S&P 500, the EEM, ETF, blasting off here. Now, part of that is textbook, right? The Fed's going to cut. Traditionally, emerging markets do well, but you have to understand what's inside the EEM. It's something like 30% the China market, 20% of this ETF is Taiwan Semi, Tencent, and Alibaba. So it actually is, yes, emerging markets exposure, but with a real heavy AI tech tilt to it. And that's why it's got a little bit of an extra boost beyond just the macro implications of an easier central bank. Okay.
Mike, just the other day we were talking about the Mag 7 expanding to 9, and you pointed out it was Broadcom that was on that list. Today somebody called it the Terrific 10 and added not just Oracle and Broadcom, but also TSMC.
Perfect 10.
Yeah.
Perfect 10. Oh, it's a 10.
Yeah.
I do. Derek?
I mean, you couldn't argue against it. I mean, obviously Taiwan Semi is not listed here, not in the S&P 500. One of the, I guess, useful aspects of the Mag 7 framework, I thought, was to explain just the undue influence that a handful of stocks had on the S&P 500, right? So it was sort of explaining how you had this almost separate tier of companies, mega market caps, and also with their own kind of dynamics immune to macro, that were swinging the markets around at times. And it was almost as if it was its own market working against the other 493. So there's no doubt that the fundamental dynamics and the importance of Taiwan Semi get it in there, but it's almost like if you expand it too much, it's not really explaining what you thought it was explaining in the first place.
Yeah, but Oracle should definitely be in that after moving, I guess, 31% this week. I mean, that's a swing that you can't negate.
I think it qualifies on a fundamental basis
and
on an aggregate market cap basis, but it actually has a little bit less influence in the S&P because Larry Ellison's shares don't really count in the weighting in the index.
Mike, you sound like 8-minute abs, 7-minute. 7 mega stocks is fine, but you can't get a niche play on 8 or 9. I mean, 7. I mean, that's ridiculous. We can add 2.
You can add as many as you want. I just think it dilutes the original.
You don't want to add up to 500. If you add up to 500,
well, I'm thinking with the S&P 500, you have the S&P 100,
the Russell
the
2000,
Russell 2000, but this could be 10 seems like a nice round number. You probably can't go much beyond that, but 7 to 10.
Yeah.
All right.
I hear your point.
I'll allow it.
Can't get a decent.
We'll see if it takes off. The market will decide if it takes off or not.
Right.
I can't believe that. Mark that down.
Can't get a decent burn in 6 minutes. We need 7 minutes.
Mike, thank you.
Coming up, we have a first on CNBC interview with Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss, a couple of brothers that look very similar, co-founder of Gemini. Plus, IBM Vice Chair and former National Economic Council Director in the first Trump administration, Gary Cohn, is going to join us to talk Fed, rates, and much more. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Let's take a quick look at the futures at this hour. Let's show you where things stand right about now. We'll move the board around to show you just what exactly is happening in the stock market. We're looking right now, it's in red on the screen. The Dow off about 110 points. The NASDAQ up about 10 points. The S&P 500 off about 6 points. It's been a wild ride all week. When we come back, a huge interview. Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss, co-founders of Gemini, their company going public, and we're going to talk about it right after this.
CNBC Plus.
President Trump telling Fox News that a suspect in the killing of Charlie Kirk is in custody. He said there will be an announcement today. He said someone close to the suspect turned him in, $100,000 reward offered for that. More details as they emerge, as we get them. Andrew.
Thanks, Joe. Meantime, crypto exchange Gemini pricing its IPO above an expected range. Gemini selling 15.2 million shares, $28 each, giving the company a valuation above $3 billion. The company listing at the NASDAQ and under the symbol GEMI. Join us right now first on CNBC. We're thrilled to have him back with us. Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss, co-founders of Gemini, and we've been talking about crypto together for so long. Congratulations. This is quite the road. When we first started talking about this, I want to say back in 2012, maybe 13, did you think you'd be sitting there and doing a public offering like this?
Short answer is absolutely yes. We actually looked it up. I think the last time we spoke to you was when we launched Gemini in 2015 in October, so almost 10 years ago today. And I think the price of Bitcoin was $380. And so we've come a long way, but we also think it's still very much the bottom of the first inning because we see Bitcoin trading at $1 million a Bitcoin if it disrupts gold. And we think Bitcoin is gold 2.0. And I think we said the same exact thing to you about 10 years ago today. So we think there's easily a 10x from here. And it's still really early. And I think we'll be sitting here 10 years from now and looking back and saying, wow, today was really early.
And I think few people actually listened back then, so hopefully more people listen today.
Guys, how much of your success you think is on the back of Bitcoin itself versus now all of the sort of larger crypto system? We keep talking about Solana, we keep talking about Ether, all of these other cryptocurrencies, obviously stable coins becoming a big part of the industry as well.
Well, I think, so on day one, it was just Bitcoin. So Gemini was a place where people could easily and safely buy, sell, and store Bitcoin. And now I think we have 100+ tokens. So the space has grown considerably over the last decade, but we think it's actually just the beginning. If you look at Project Crypto, that effort from the SEC to bring markets on chain, we recently partnered with NASDAQ to help power that future and bring markets on chain. So we think we're actually just getting started, even though we're a decade in.
For those folks who are thinking about investing in you as part of this IPO, what would you say is the big differentiating factor between what Gemini does, for example, and what Coinbase does, for example? That's obviously a business that's in the public markets that people, I think, know, understand, and obviously there's a multiple on that might be the comp you're looking at.
Mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot of overlap in the companies, but one of the biggest, coolest products that we have today is the Gemini credit card. I actually brought our Bitcoin Orange card that we released in May, and every time you swipe, you can earn Bitcoin or any crypto that we support. And I think that people realize that up to 4% back. Up to 4% back. Yeah. And that's in crypto real-time rewards that hits your account every time you swipe the credit card and buy. So you could buy a flat screen and earn Bitcoin back, and in the future that Bitcoin could be worth more than the original purchase. So it's much better than...
How do you access that, or can you, or do you leave it there, or do most people you find just leave it sitting there?
It's real time, so as soon as someone swipes, that Bitcoin or crypto is in your wallet, and you can then spend it or stake it. We think you should hodl it, and in some merchants we're even offering up to 10% back. So if we think Bitcoin's a 10x from here. So your purchase today at 10% back is actually free.
That's what I have to say. when I first heard about this, I thought that's a really interesting way, because it's the equivalent of, you know, rounding up on every dollar you spend or something.
Right.
You're not thinking about what's going there, and you can save it and hold it. And
Yeah, I mean, you're not changing your behavior. You're going about your day, but you're investing in your future. You're future-proofing yourself. And so that's super important versus cash is always depreciating, right? Cash is never going to be worth more in the future. And points, who knows what that's worth. It's a total. And then the airline lounge game, I mean, you wait online to get into a lounge and then sit on the floor because there's no seats available. So people are over.
And there, you know, there are no sneeze screens. It's disgusting. I'd almost rather stay at one of the. Can I ask you you both were so early and understood Bitcoin so early, and you both go to Harvard. I mean, you're both smart, so I don't care who answers this. So 10 times in 10 years. So at that point, is a couple, I don't know how many more halvings, it'll be almost impossible to mine new Bitcoins in 10 years. We're getting close to 100.
There will be 2 more halvings, I think, in the next like 10 years or in that period. But I think that, look, as Bitcoin increases, like the mining revenue goes up as well, even as the...
But do we get to where it's not going to keep appreciating and it truly does become something that could be transactional? And then does it lose its value at that point as an inflation hedge against money printing?
So we don't think it actually has to be a transactional currency, just like you're not trying to buy a cup of coffee with gold. It's a store of value, and if that's all Bitcoin is gold 2.0, that's tremendous.
But with gold, you can base it on stock to flow, right? And because there's a replacement per year of how much gold we mine. If we're mining no more Bitcoin, can you even...
You can still mine, and there will be...
still mine.
Yeah, so block rewards, even as the sort of the mint decreases, there's transaction fees and other aspects of that. Most of the mining rewards will switch to transaction fees. So
I knew you would understand.
The supply is fixed, and that's a strength. Versus gold is actually slightly increasing.
Because every year you can mine. I assume we're not going to run out of gold.
Hey guys,
it does expand.
Yeah, Andrew.
In terms of just risks related to the company, you talked about the credit card. The 4% is remarkable. I imagine the economics of that only work if Bitcoin continues to either go up or remain where it is. If Bitcoin starts to fall, that cost then is borne by you in a much more material way, right?
So no, think of it as like a typical credit card program. We extend consumer credit. We underwrite the consumers in the program. And then the rewards will come from things like interchange. Merchants help fund rewards. So it actually just works as a standalone business, regardless of sort of the price of Bitcoin.
So the 4% is not you're making money off all those transactions, even at 4%. If Bitcoin were to not go
think
up.
Of it differently. You as the consumer earn 4%. So we just help you get Bitcoin back into your Gemini account, and it sits there. You can hold it, you can sell it, you can, if it's a currency like Ether or Solana, you can stake it. So it's your Bitcoin, and we joke that it hits your account before the receipt prints when you order your coffee, and definitely before the coffee is poured. And so it's basically, instead of cash back or points back into your account, it's your possession. It is Bitcoin that hits your Gemini account. You see it in the app. It's right there as soon as you swipe your card.
Are you ultimately of the view that there's going to be a lot of consolidation in this space? Because as Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies become more popular and people buy them, I imagine on, not just a Coinbase or on a Gemini, something that feels specialized, but ultimately on a Fidelity or a Schwab or whatever. Obviously, Robinhood sells crypto. Do you think that there's only a certain number of players? Do you end up rolling up others? Does somebody else ultimately roll up you?
Well, I think consolidation. I mean, it's certainly possible, but we think it's also happened, right? The war on crypto killed so many startups. So there's not that many of us left standing, and the names that are there today were the names when we first started Gemini. And so it is like there isn't a lot of us left. Yeah, I mean, we see a power law distribution, a world where it's Coke, Pepsi, 7-Up, Dr. Pepper, and And so there's probably not, we don't think it's a winner-take-all market, and it's very early. So I think if there is further consolidation, if we're right about the price of Bitcoin and we think it's $1 million a coin, then at $100,000 a Bitcoin, we're 1/10 of the way there. So there's just so much sort of growth opportunity in space. So I don't think you're going to see a lot of consolidation, but there's probably a lot of smaller, not standalone businesses that with public market currency, like we could potentially acquire.
And a lot of time, traders like to trade on multiple venues. People like to hold their gold in multiple vaults. And so there is a diversification aspect and concentration risk. So the market, I think, wants a few players. It doesn't need 100 necessarily, but it probably needs more like 3 to 5 at least.
We had Tom Lee on the broadcast earlier this week. He thought we could see Bitcoin at $200,000 literally by the end of the year. When you talk about your $1 million projection, what are the inflection points along the way that get you there? And how much of that is people buying the coin directly versus through ETFs, through levered ETFs, through Michael Saylor's strategy company or others that have created these Bitcoin trusts and things like this?
I think it's a combination of ETFs, treasury companies like MicroStrategy and Michael Saylor, and people buying direct on Gemini. Like we actually service probably 6 treasury companies and hope to win even more of that business as we go forward. So I think it's a combination. I think 200,000 by the end of the year is not out of the question. The market feels like it's just getting started in this cycle. And it's early, and I think we've got rate cuts coming and various other factors, and sometimes it's hard to predict what that inflection point is. But we think it's not an if, it's really a
we had a blockchain IPO earlier, and are you guys gonna? I mean, with money and public currency, is it always going to be like this, or you're going to just go all in on all these different things?
So we think everything's going on chain. So you can hold dollars on chain via stablecoin, tokenized equities,
instantaneously.
Mortgages. Yeah, and so Gemini is really a super app where you can hold all of your assets on chain within our smart wallet in Gemini. You can do your credit via our credit card. So we think the world where you have like multiple different accounts for your financial life can all be put into one super app on chain, and we're building towards that future.
You don't need to buy anything, really. Do you? You can do it all just with the platform you have?
Exactly, yes.
So it's red camera. I thought
and then guys, the other big question that I have, and it goes to the custody business that you have, obviously NASDAQ getting involved and making investment in your company, is how much of this becomes an enterprise? How much do you believe that Bitcoin succeeds because big corporations ultimately actually put this on their balance sheet en masse? I mean, we've seen this in tiny amounts so far, and a couple of companies have done it, but if we're sitting hopefully together in a couple of years from now, do you think it's very different?
I mean, I think that, look, Bitcoin surpassed, I think, $1 trillion worth of value just with individuals and people excited about the technology, like myself and Tyler when we founded in 2012. ETFs were obviously a great addition to that story, and MicroStrategy is obviously a big part of that story as well. But I think that, I think there's just going to be a combination of different factors, but also like markets going on chain. I mean, that's part of the larger crypto story. And it's a combination of things.
And we can help power other companies' crypto story. And that's what we're doing with NASDAQ. You can think of our Gemini custody solution. We can open it up like AWS or Amazon.com did with AWS and create the Gemini cloud. So other companies can use the Gemini custody solution beyond Gemini, including NASDAQ and others.
How long are you guys locked up in this? I know you have voting power that's going to equal around 94.5%. Are you going to cash out some of the shares at some point? What's your plan just in terms of staying involved?
So we're not selling any equity at the IPO. In fact, we're converting some of our debt into more equity. So we're doubling and tripling down. We joke we don't just have our skin in the game; we've got our entire bodies in the game. Look, this IPO is a starting line for us. We hope to be doing this for many, many years and decades to come, and we're super excited to sort of get off the blocks here. But we're 10 years in, but it feels like, you know, it's gone fast, and we've been building this business into a headwind, and we're very excited to build it into more of a tailwind.
Well, we're at 30 years, yeah. If, sorry,
no, I was just gonna say, we feel like we have a lot of unfinished business. Our shares are locked up like everyone else, and we're not sharing a single
so
penny.
you raise it to 30, right? So how much demand is still? I'm trying to figure out when it's going to open. What would make you?
They probably are too.
What would make you happy? What would make you happy? What would make you ecstatic?
So I think, I'm not sure how much we can say on
You
this,
can't. You probably
right?
really can't.
But I can say it's
I
been
can imagine.
reported that
Yeah.
I think there's 20x plus oversubscribed, and I think we're pricing at $28. So we hope it
Oh,
goes
yeah, 20.
the moon, but we'll see.
20x.
A lot of people
you're not selling anything.
unfortunately know there wasn't room for them to participate.
For the moon now.
So,
Yeah, we had to cut back a lot, but also I think we're doing 21% retail. Retail like helps.
Magic 21.
It's never like
Do you know that number?
I could never get any. I couldn't get 100
Blackjack.
when I was a stockbroker.
They used to buy Bitcoin.
Gentlemen,
21%
Tyler, we want
retail.
to thank you.
Perfect.
We want to
Yeah. Perfect.
We want to congratulate you on all your success. You told it to us first. We didn't all listen, but you were right. And it's really exciting to see how far you've come. Good luck today. We'll see you very soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When we come back on the other side of this, IBM Vice Chair and former National Economic Council Director Gary Cohn is going to be with us. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box returns after this.
Com.
Joining us now, IBM Vice Chair Gary Cohn. He also served in the first Trump administration as the director of the National Economic Council. I always like having you on. You were in the administration. Like so many people, a lot of things that the president does, you're like, wow, that's great. But every once in a while, I'm sure in the first administration, it's like, that's not my favorite thing. Heard a lot of Republicans with tariffs. Not my favorite thing, although many of them conceded that there were some things that we should probably deal with after 40 years of that it wasn't fair. Now the markets are at all highs. We had Liberation Day. Everybody was negative. We heard gloom and doom and inflation and, you know, spiraling prices. We heard all that. The market is telling us the worst case scenario didn't happen. Do you like tariffs now, or do you admit maybe they're raising revenue, or do you still think all this is happening for other reasons in spite of the tariffs?
So, Joe, I think you asked a really interesting question. So I think tariffs do serve some important purpose, and you and I have talked about that.
We have.
You know, the one thing that we learned, and we all need to remember, is during COVID, we realized how fragile our supply chain is in the United States. So when we take a look back and say, what can't we allow to happen ever again in this country? We cannot allow ourselves as a nation to be exposed to certain goods where the supply chain gets clogged up or stops and really slows down our economy.
It's been 5 years. Have we made progress on that?
We have made progress on that. So, you know, you can go back into the prior administration and the CHIPS Act. We knew that chips were one of the biggest bottlenecks that came out of the COVID crisis. Everything that was, just about everything that was manufactured in the United States ceased manufacturing because we no longer had access to chips because the supply chain slowed down. It was quite obvious that we needed to manufacture chips here domestically so we could continue to build from toasters to sophisticated weaponry. All of them had chips in it. So the piece of the equation where we are forcing and incentivizing is important, key parts of the supply chain components back in the United States, I think everyone agrees is a really important part of what the administration is doing, and we should applaud that because we are a safer and sounder.
All the way to the point of taking a stake in Intel?
Look, I'm not sure I would argue that taking a stake in Intel is the right thing to do.
But we already gave money. We might as well get a stake.
Look, I agree. Once you give them money, the question is, do you want equity or do you want debt?
Yeah.
You know, and by the way, and I'll remind you guys, it wasn't the best few months of my life, but in 2008, the banks went through this. When Hank Paulson tarped the banks,
yeah.
You know, the U.S. government put capital, they put debt into each of the banks.
Whether you wanted it or not.
You had, whether you needed it, wanted it or not, whether you'd gone out and raised capital the week before, which the bank I was with had, you got capital injected in your bank, you owe them a very high coupon, and they attached warrants to it. So this idea that the federal government should get a return on capital for something they do to stimulate economic growth is not new.
The only thing that makes it publicly palatable for taxpayer dollars, honestly.
It does. Well, what should makes it publicly palatable for taxpayer dollars is the sovereign protection and the security we get by being able to control our supply chain. That we saw how vulnerable you were in COVID.
Well, they just did it with rare earths.
Yeah, we should not have to live through that again. But the flip side is, Joe, when you look at tariffs as a whole, you know, I think what you have to do is take a step back and look at how corporate America is dealing with this tariff equation. And I think this is not as well understood. I think it's a very interesting phenomenon that's going on right now. So if you look at corporations today, and they look at their input costs, and they're buying goods, and the cost of those goods are going up, and they feel like their ability to raise their prices to end consumers is very limited. Yes, they can slowly, incrementally raise prices, but they're being charged tariffs overnight. Companies are being forced to figure out how to deal with that equation or that conundrum. They have actually figured out how to deal with that conundrum, and I think we see it in the data.
That was not in our calculus for what might happen.
We scratch our head. So what are we seeing? We're seeing companies, they can't deal with the cost of goods, the input cost. They can't deal with the sales cost. But what companies have figured out in the last decade or so, and this has been going on pre-tariff, but got accelerated by tariff, is companies are figuring out that they can be dramatically more efficient and run with less human capital. So we're seeing companies cut down on the amount of employees that they need to run their business.
We're trying to rebuild the center of the country, and so some of this it's counterproductive to what we're trying to do as well.
You just have to understand, when you're running a company,
you have to do it.
And your obligation is to your shareholders to create a return on capital, and you have to be able to pay back your debt. If the cost of your inputs goes up and you can't charge more for your finished product, you have to figure out how to become more efficient. So look at the data for Q2. In Q2, revenue as a whole for companies went up just over 6%. I think it was like 6.3% was the growth in revenue for Q2. Earnings, EPS, went up by 11.8%. Now you can say there's some efficiency. As you get bigger, you get more efficient. So the last dollar in is more efficient than the first dollar in. But companies found ways to make themselves more efficient. They sold more product with less cost, and that cost wasn't cost of goods. The cost was labor.
Everyone said, people around here said that you're going to see it in profit margins, and that's why we're going to get hurt. But the market wouldn't be trading at all-time highs.
They were wrong on profit.
They were wrong.
But do you see it in the jobs numbers?
You see it in unemployment
You
rates.
see it in the jobs numbers and
You
the
see it.
employment rate. And is that the catch-22 that you can't have your cake and eat it too and have everything?
Yeah. Look, when you squeeze the tube one place, it's got to come out somewhere else. And I think what we're seeing, and we're all sort of, a lot of people are scratching their heads going, I don't understand this. The economy is good, earnings are good, retail sales are okay, but the job market's weak. Well, the job market's weak because to make the equation work, companies are getting smaller. You know,
And by the way, they can do it with AI right now. They're being handed tools that lets them.
So here's the interesting part, Becky. I think AI is a part of this, but we're still in very early innings with AI. When you look at the data and you talk to CEOs today, everyone's using AI, but they'll tell you that the return on investment is still fairly low. Everyone knows that the return on investment in AI is going to grow and grow exponentially, and that's when people will make much larger investments. Right now, people are doing this actually with human capital. They've realized that their companies have just gotten sort of fat and heavy, and they just continue to do it. And it's almost easy in this cycle because we are at a time in the history of this country where every week 80,000 plus people turn 65. So that means you've gotten people naturally leaving the workforce. So you don't necessarily even have to terminate people or let people go. As you've got more and more people reaching retirement age every day in this country, as you have people retire, if you don't replace them, your headcount is
like
naturally
letting the Fed's balance sheet run down.
right. You're naturally shrinking. And I think that's what we're seeing going on here. So you know, look, instead of raising prices, we just decided to put it.
You weren't able. You didn't see Charlie Scarfon earlier this week, did you? Or did you see any of that interview?
I didn't see Charlie, but I actually spent a lot of time with Charlie this weekend. He and I were talking about how much overhead he's taken out.
I made him say it twice because he said on our air that a lot of small and medium-sized companies that he deals with, they were okay with the tariffs. They said there's been 50 years of unfair trade practices. We're okay with trying to adjust some of that stuff, and we're going to deal with it. We're not, you know, we're not unhappy if they voted for this administration, and they're going to deal with it. And I hadn't heard that before. I thought it was universally reviled that these tariffs were put, and they also, the levels where we finally settled at aren't as onerous as we thought earlier.
But if you would have gone on to ask Charlie what he's doing in his own business, I had that discussion with him Sunday,
and
he would tell you that he has significantly downsized the amount of human capital.
Back to what you're talking
in
about.
his head. He went out of his way to talk to me on Sunday. I had a large a large Mexican company tell me the same thing. 2 other American companies tell me the same. It was indirectly, as I was talking to companies over the weekend at the U.S. Open, everyone was telling me sort of, hey, this is what we're doing. We're downsizing, we're downsizing,
It explains the conundrum of why you see the jobs market down.
That's not what we want. We're onshoring to try to bring jobs back here. We don't want to lose.
Well, hopefully we will see a rebirth in jobs. We'll see a rebirth in manufacturing. If rates come down, we would hopefully see a restart in housing. Right. The housing sales, housing numbers look horrible right now. New construction looks horrible. You know, but again, the Fed's going to lower Fed fund rates, overnight rates. No one borrows for a house on overnight rates. They borrow on 5-year or 7-year or 30-year money. We're going to have to see what happens to the curve. I'm not as optimistic that we get a parallel shift on the curve coming down. I think more likely we get some steepening of the curve. It will help, but it's not going to create a housing boom. And when you see all the CapEx that's been foreshadowed to be spent, look, it will get spent. It's just not all getting spent in 2026. It's 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. And a lot of it is more equipment than it is people. When you're building these huge data centers, you're buying a lot of steel, you're buying a lot of cement, you're buying a lot of copper. it's much more heavily invested in things and goods than it is in people.
Yeah. You mentioned those weren't great weeks or months in 2000, whatever that was, 2008. Was it in Andrews? But I think it might have been Andrews. Maybe you know, confirm it. Lloyd said, I don't know, they were walking in the New York Fed and one of his associates was like, I can't go in. I mean, he was saying he was going to have to visit the men's room or something because he was going to throw up. And I think Lloyd, you know, Lloyd, you know him so well, said, you know, we're not in a Higgins boat, headed for the coast of Normandy.
Exactly. Exactly.
Did that actually happen?
Yes.
Was that?
So we're not, and they're not shooting it.
And they're not shooting it. Was that in your book, Sorkin, or at least you know about it?
By the way, I think
it's got another book.
Of course, it's in the book.
That's
Where
in the
else
book.
do you think it is?
That's where I heard it. That's
It's
where
right in the
I think
book.
that's where I heard it. I'm throwing you a bone.
More importantly, I think it's being Blankfeint's new book.
It's going to be. We saw Lloyd. We saw Lloyd earlier.
Yeah,
he was on yesterday.
Yeah.
Classic Blankfeint. I mean, and I can see him. Who was it? Was it you?
I think you'll have to wait till the book to find out. I can confirm it wasn't Lloyd, and I can confirm it wasn't me.
Maybe Andrew. Andrew, do you know who it was? And maybe. Let's not. Maybe, but we'll find out later.
Let's not put Andrew on the spot.
No.
I gotta remember.
Sources.
I gotta go back and look.
Don't go back too far.
Was it to Russell? It might have been to Russell.
You know.
I don't remember.
But that was the Friday afternoon of the Lehman Brothers weekend.
Friday afternoon.
As we're walking in the back door of the Fed.
It was just on our tape with Monday morning.
Yeah, you guys played the Monday morning.
Yeah.
The Friday afternoon.
Was
The Friday afternoon is when it started.
Right.
Yeah.
Long weekend.
It was a very long weekend. It was a very long weekend, unfortunately.
Always,
as I say, but we more or less ended up in the right place. You know what? We as a country came together. We got the private sector and the public sector together to end up in the right place and do the right thing for the country. And within quarters, you know, many of the banks were in a position where they could return the government the money, return the interest, and it's a high interest rate, and actually buy back their warrants from the government. So as your point, the U.S. taxpayer ended up making money off of that.
Always great to have you. How's it going, Vice Chair? Any hope for that, you know, getting a final promotion, Chairman? I mean, is you still working on that?
It's a very strategic position.
You're good.
Arvin is doing a phenomenal job.
I know.
And I'm happy to be right next to Arvin, and we work great together, and he is leading IBM, he's taking IBM where it needs to go, and we're on a great path.
It's finally moving.
Yeah, we're on a great path.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, when we come back, veteran Wall Street strategist Abby Joseph Cohen has been a frequent guest of Squawk Box going all the way back to the beginning 30 years ago when she made a market call that investors would listen to. She will join us right after a short break. We'll be right back. right, welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. We're watching the futures this morning. Dow's down by about 100 points off of the first time it's ever closed above 46,000. S&P futures off by 4. The NASDAQ indicated up by about 21. And, of course, all three of the major averages closed at new highs yesterday. Joining us right now to talk markets and much more is Abby Joseph Cohen. She is the former partner and chief U.S. strategist at Goldman Sachs, now a professor of business at Columbia Business School, and a very longtime friend of Squawk Box. In fact, I almost feel like Joe should be leading this off because the two of you were both there 30 years ago.
We were.
Drew, for this, you were a frequent guest from the beginning, Abby.
Yeah, I was 12 years old at the time.
You were,
Joe was about 8.
Yeah, no, I was 61, I think. No, that's horrible. It's good to see you again.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here.
We haven't changed. Neither one of us has really changed. I don't think, have we?
I don't know about that, but that's
who are you talking about? You or me? Yeah, exactly.
Well, Abby, talk a little bit about when you came on, because we were just saying, you know, we have these IFB things we put in our ears to help us hear
October
what's
7th,
happening.
2024. I didn't know it had been that long.
But you had a special IFB that the Squawk team gave to you because you were on so frequently.
Absolutely. You know, when Squawk Box started, I was given an opportunity to help explain markets to your viewers. And I guess the viewers responded positively, and I was on so frequently that I once walked into the studio and I was given the gift box that included my own personalized IFB, which is the earpiece. So I felt like I was part of the team.
You're on the Legends and Icons and Legends with Jack Welch and everybody. Yeah, everybody has signed it. Jack Welch, Martha Stewart, Warren Buffett, Donald J. Trump, who signed it as well. Abby Joseph Cohen, L. Arian, Boone Pickens, the late great Boone Pickens.
Really?
Those are worth something now, Abby. Give it to you for a souvenir.
Interesting company to be part of, and I've been delighted to be part of your team over these many years.
As are we. We good? Over 46,000. We're going to 56,000.
At some point. As you know,
never say direction and duration.
That's exactly so. As you know, I'm a long-term bull on the United States. I think that our economy is by far the most impressive in the world, but there are always things to watch out for. And I loved watching the interview that you did yesterday with Lloyd Blankfein, because I have memories of sitting in a room with Lloyd, and we'd all go in, and everybody sort of knew what the consensus was and broad expectations in the market, but our conversation in that room was always, what are we missing? What could go wrong? And so if you think of a bell curve, the market tends to trade in the center of that bell curve, but the real opportunities and the real risks are at the extreme ends of that bell curve. And one of the things I'm looking at, quite frankly, because I like to be prepared for risks, is what's happening with the United States vis-a-vis China. This is a long-term concern. I'm worried, for example, about the way we seem not to be investing as much as we used to in science and technology, and also education. And the Chinese are doing a blockbuster job in their own economy, investing in these categories. So is this something that investors need to worry about this week? No, but it's something to keep on the radar.
Just wonder, we invest so much in education. Is it the amount of money, or is it, if you keep doing the same thing that's not working over and over again, you got to change the thing you're doing?
Apparently the money is not being well spent, because the pipeline that we have in the United States, K through 12, in math and science and so on, just isn't doing it for us. And we find that our PhD programs are very heavily filled by non-Americans. Now, this has been going on for quite a long time. We extend student visas to people, and fortunately, in the past, many of these people have stayed in the United States. You know, 62 or 63% of the working PhDs in the U.S. in medicine and engineering and applied science are in fact immigrants, not children of immigrants, but immigrants. And it's part of the secret sauce. The U.S. has always benefited from immigration flows, going back obviously to the founding of the nation. And if we mess that up, and at the same time we are not enhancing domestic education, that is not a recipe for success.
People have been very concerned about the tariffs. I think Joe was mentioning you were one of them the last time you were on. That threat has not played out the way most people expected, certainly not the way the market was reacting back in April.
Right. Absolutely true. I was one of those who was extremely concerned about tariffs, and as I always do, I go back and say, have I missed something? And one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that the tariffs have not yet been fully implemented. We haven't yet seen the impact. Now, I hope that we, in fact, have what the consensus is saying, which is, basically a one-time increase in price level, but not in inflation. But we don't know that yet. And one of the things to keep in mind is that those one-time increases in tariff costs will be rolling. We've only seen part of it thus far. We'll see more in the second half of the year. And as all those inventories that got built up in anticipation of the tariffs get run down, we may see some cost increases as well as the supply chain disruptions. But if it turns out that I was unnecessarily pessimistic, I will be among the first to say it's okay.
Gary Cohn just explained it away by saying the companies have kind of been eating it themselves, the companies and the producers of all of these goods, because they're just not hiring as many people. They're letting people go through attrition and through layoffs, and they've gotten much more efficient at doing it themselves, which is great until you look at the jobs market.
It's great until you look at the jobs market. Also keep in mind that in the second half of the year, we may in fact see profit margin erosion because of the tariffs. And I am worried about the job market. I think Gary laid it out quite well. As an economist, I would also say that the arithmetic has been confusing a lot of people. If the labor force, the size of the labor force is no longer growing, that's the denominator of the unemployment rate, which means that U2 that we look at, that unemployment rate, unemployed divided by the people in the labor force, if that hasn't changed very much, let's look at the denominator.
Everything you've laid out makes me think you think stocks are overpriced here. Is that the right takeaway from your thoughts on this, or no?
I think that stocks in general are fully priced, particularly the market cap weighted indices. And one of the things that I always look at is the following. You can be optimistic about the fundamentals or pessimistic about the fundamentals, but as an investor, you have to ask the question, what is already priced in? And I think that for some sectors of the U.S. market, the good news is already priced in. There's some sectors where it's not fully priced, but clearly at these levels, which we are all enjoying in the market, there's less margin for error. If things don't go quite as well as the consensus expects, so for example, Joe, if the inflation numbers do start to tick up, or if the labor data becomes less comfortable than it is right now, that could be a problem.
Where is the greater likelihood of trouble? I thought for a while that it was growth in labor, not inflation.
I would agree with you, Joe. I think right now the bigger concern is that things have slowed down.
Yeah.
We see it in the jobs numbers, we see it in the consumption data as well. And the other place we see it that many people are not talking about is business investment. We basically see that investment in equipment, investment in other categories related to AI have slowed. Now, they've slowed from torrid levels, so you couldn't expect those rates of growth to continue, but there has in fact been a slowdown. And in the second half of the year, we may see GDP numbers that are closer to 1.5% rather than 3%.
The market's current, everybody always says it's a sugar high, depending on their own point of view, but the sugar high could be rate cuts that are coming, and that's why we're up here.
That's why we're up
Even though
here.
growth is slow.
Okay, but if it's already priced in, then the question becomes, will those rate cuts be effective? And we don't know that yet.
You intro it, I'll say not goodbye. See you later. Next time.
I would be delighted. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Andrew.
Okay, when we come back, a wrap-up of the show's big headlines. There have been a lot of them this week. We're going to be right back on Squawk Box after this.
we're almost done. Hey, Andrew, in honor of Tyler and Cameron, someone wrote in, they think you're pulling, like the social network, a Zuckerberg on me. That my app is actually ready, that you got it all done, but you're going to launch it yourself. And you're going to make all this money just like, and I'm you know what I'm saying? Is that happening? I don't know, I can't.
I didn't want to tell you, Joe. I didn't want to tell you.
Oops,
I'm
we're
trying
out
to
of
avoid
time.
the lawsuits. You know, there were years of lawsuits.
Walk on the Street is next. Join us back
We'll
here
see you
Monday.
Monday.
Bye.
I knew it.
In Kentucky, we've worked with our partners at Corning to build the world's largest and most advanced smartphone glass production line. And I'm pleased to announce that very soon, this is for the first time ever, every single new iPhone and every single new Apple Watch sold anywhere in the world will contain cover glass made in Kentucky.
That was Apple CEO Tim Cook back in August at the White House. Good Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Kramer is in Harrodsburg, Kentucky at the Corning plant, which is making glass for all of Apple's iPhones and watches. Meantime, the pre-market is mixed. S&P's put together a near-perfect week so far, 4 all-time highs. Yields coming off the lows of the week ahead of the Fed decision next week. Let's get to Jim in Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Morning, Jim.
Well, I've got to tell you something, guys. This is one of the most exciting shoots I have ever done. David, great that you're here because I know we got a ton of new news. This is the place where I think that Tim Cook's answer to what's going on around the world and at the White House is alive and well. We are at the place that I think we build the best ever. I got the new one. But more importantly, it's all coming here. Glass is made all over the world for this and for this. And that's going to end. It's going to be all made right here, $2.5 billion commitment. And I've got to tell you, David, the excitement of having Tim Cook here with us, with Wendell Weeks, CEO of Corning, it's worth marveling over for a minute, you know?
Without a doubt, and an important week for Apple. Not that they aren't all important, but certainly this one in terms of the introduction of the new phones. So what are we expecting here?
Well, look, I mean, we're going to learn about the pre-orders, which started at 8 o'clock today. We're going to focus on what's different, at least initially, with this phone versus others. I think Wall Street's got it wrong. I think there are a lot of amazing things in this one, say, versus this one. And then, of course, we're going to talk about the situation of how do we revitalize American manufacturing, invest in America, and then the idea of what it takes to make it happen. $600 billion from one company over 4 years, is that reasonable? David, I know you've often talked to me about the idea that, well, what can we really do to bring back manufacturing? So I think all of these things are going to matter, and I want you to take a look at who's stopped by this very morning.
We've got a whole new design. Check this out.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Oh, my God.
Killer color. Killer color. And it's available next Friday.
Okay.
And so we're taking pre-orders today. We've also got the Air. It's so thin it may not show up on the camera. Hold it.
You can't tell us you
It's so light.
Yeah,
it's
you
like
can't
you're
tell.
holding the future in your hand. And it's the thinnest iPhone ever. It's so incredibly light, and it's pro performance in that smaller package.
So, but I would presume, and most of our viewers would presume, that the battery life must be much shorter. It should say too tiny.
The battery life is great. You're going to love the battery life.
How is it possible?
It's because we engineered it from the inside out. It's eSIM only, and so we were able to take the battery and extend the battery to areas that previously had the physical SIM. And so it's incredible innovation.
Now, a lot of this is in response to what I think I know you've always been in touch with customers better than any other CEO I know. These are things that people demand, and you create it.
Yeah, we try to listen very carefully to what customers want, what they desire, and also sort of look around the corner and give them something they don't know they want. Right. Center Stage is a great example of that. Live translation is an example of that.
You gotta talk about that because It's impossible. This would be the first thing I heard when I thought of it.
The new AirPods Pro 3, in addition to hearing help, which is incredible.
I know, I need that.
In addition to having just unbelievable audio quality and active noise cancellation, it's 4 times better than the original AirPods Pro, which were already fantastic.
I was going to say, how's that possible? I never heard the crying baby. So now what?
Now you're not going to hear anything.
All right, I'll take it.
You're not going to hear anything at all. So live translation, if you're talking in one language and I'm talking in another, it will translate for us so we can communicate real time. And it's absolutely incredible. I'm getting so many notes about this from people who travel the world and, you know, who, if you're in a foreign country, you may want to ask to order something off a menu, or ask to buy something, or maybe you just want navigational instructions or so. But now it's so simple.
Well, it's amazing because I think all of us are used to trying, let me show you my phone, and it's got some written, and it's in their language, but not really because it doesn't work. You've got phrases that are captured.
That's right.
So, Carl, what we're talking about here, obviously there's great wonderment about this, and it has to do with the glass from Corning. It has to do with this. This is the side that really matters. It has to do with filming. It has to do with selfies. But at 6 o'clock, we're going to get into what it has to do in terms of the world, in terms of the White House, in terms of jobs, in terms of tariffs, in terms of, yes, earnings per share, because you know me, I am still a dollar sign represented by a man, even though I want this phone, and I've already placed my order. It's a very, very exciting down here. We're going to talk to Wendell Weeks, too. CEO of Corning, talk about a hot stock. That one is one that I think could be a rocket ship.
It's really interesting. I was just thinking, Jim, watching that remarkable piece of tape, one of the foremost supply chain experts in the world, literally walking through a factory. We've been through a lot of upgrade cycles together, the three of us, watching these things happen, but rarely has it coincided with a push for domestic manufacturing like the one we're in right now.
No, it's amazing. I mean, look, you're talking about putting far more people to work in this story town. This place always, people forget, this was from the Cold War. We had to have the best glass. We had to have glass that could do remarkable things. And then it just speaks to generations of a town that has kept producing and producing great things. A lot of that is because that's the Corning way, as it is up in Corning. If anyone's ever visited there, you know that it's a wonder of engineering. David, what it speaks to is if American management does a great job, it instills in a community the ability to do better than anywhere else. I got to tell you, with or without tariffs, David, with or without tariffs. Because we know that some things are done so well in a level playing field, they're going to win. I don't know. Do you sense it, Dave? Do you sense it, David?
What am I sensing, Jim? Sorry.
Maybe.
Sensing?
What are you sensing? Are you sensing that Amazon would pay $35 for Warner Brothers and be a bidding war with Apple? And I'll ask Tim. Hey, Tim, you got, how about 37? How about 39? How about 42? 42, I keep his ass off.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest deal they've ever done is Beats. It's not clear they're interested in doing much else. Warner Brothers does make some important shows for Apple. I think Shrinking, Ted Lasso are both out of the Warner Brothers studios, so that's not unimportant. Why don't you just ask them if they're going to buy Disney?
No.
But no, I got a lot to say on that. But this is, listen, I remember when Corning, remember fiber optics? That was obviously, 25 years ago when they were making all the fiber.
I talked about that with Wendell Weeks, the CEO, this morning. The amazing thing is, and this place is so important for people who are involved with data centers, right now, when you go into a rack of data in a data center, you're going to find so much by Corning. But it could triple. This is what connects the Vera Rubin, what connects the current Blackwell. They are partners with NVIDIA, so they're partners with much more than just glass for iPhones. And we're going to get into that too. Carl, I think this is a remarkable place, and I think Corning's a remarkable stock because it is deep into the data center, and yet people rather own every other thing, the plumbing, the air conditioner. They maybe should own Corning for the data center. We're going to talk about that later.
Any discussion, Jim, about what this does to pricing? We didn't see them pull a lot of levers this week on these devices, but are the input costs higher here than they would have been otherwise?
Well, that's what we're going to discuss tonight. We've got to nail down how much it costs. How is it economic to do all these things? Wasn't it more economic to be able to make glass in the other places? We got to figure out, as if you were a shareholder, do you like this? Or is it how much of it is done for the White House? How much it is done for the community? How much it is done for the shareholder? Our viewers are shareholders. They want to know whether this is what we're doing. If you're spending $600 billion, is that right? Is that right? And they deserve to know because they own shares, and we're going to find out.
Jim, we'll be obviously getting a lot more from you as we go along, but you're not going anywhere, and you did bring up Warner Brothers. I did want to get to that now. In terms of really what was, you know, I can't say it was stunning news because in some ways I think, based on what I've learned at this point, it was a surprise to Warner Brothers, but perhaps not a complete surprise in the sense of, yes, you've seen what's happened to the stock price this after, of course, reports that Paramount is preparing a bid to buy all of Warner Brothers. And as I confirmed later yesterday, that is the case. Said bid could be coming as soon as next week. Don't expect it this weekend, but in the near term. Of course, the key question is going to be, what is the bid and how is it structured? At this point, there's no doubt in my mind, based on at least what I've been hearing, that it will have to comprise largely, if not almost solely, cash from Paramount, because the Warner Brothers board at this point probably not that interested in something that includes a good amount of stock of Paramount. A price, well, I mean, you can see what's happening in the marketplace and what's happened over the last day, obviously, given that enormous rise in the stock price yesterday, what seems to be followed today by another significant accretion of value in Warner Brothers. Could it be in the low 20s? Is that something that will get the attention of Warner Brothers board? Certainly it would seem to be if it is largely cash. But I've also had conversations that, listen, even if it was 25, but it was 50-50, which is not, I don't think, going to be the case, it's a no-go. So cash has to be the key here. Based on what I've at least heard, that would indicate that it is largely going to be composed of cash. Interesting move in Paramount shares, though, because if it's going to be cash, that's got to come from somewhere, doesn't it? And you're talking about two companies that are fairly highly levered, 3 times at Paramount, 3+ times at Warner Brothers. So really, how many turns of leverage could you add? Not that much, meaning Larry Ellison, most likely, and maybe some of his partners, Redbird, of course, one of the key ones, they're going to have to come up with a lot of cash. And how does that work? Well, you actually put the cash into Paramount, you get something for it, don't you? Either common or some sort of preferred. Either way, you are diluting Paramount shareholders significantly. Something that maybe was lost on people who were buying the stock yesterday. I don't know. Perhaps they're simply buying into the overall strategy here. But it would be potentially significantly dilutive given the amount of cash that would have to come into Paramount to pay for a bid that would get the attention, if not get approved by Warner Brothers board. Remember, Warner Brothers is moving forward right now with a split into its global networks business, which, by the way, will own as much as 20% of the other part of the business, namely streaming and the studio. That split expected to take place, let's call it April of next year. There's no forcing function here, by the way, were Paramount to come with a bid that Warner Brothers didn't like. There's no vote, there's no annual meeting, so they can say no without a seeming forcing function. Another key question would be, well, if you're Warner Brothers, don't you really have to at least go to what we call an auction if you get this bid, as seems highly likely in, let's call it, the next week or so? Do you have to check with Netflix? Do you have to check with Tim Cook at Apple? Do you have to check with Amazon and see? You guys have any interest in buying the entire company right now? We think there might be a lot of interest in you buying studios and streaming once it's a separate company 6 or so months from now. But would you really want to take on the cable networks right now? Unclear that that would be the case, and that may be one key reason why Paramount's moving now as opposed to waiting, where it might have to compete with the big tech companies in terms of that. So a lot of moving parts here, guys. I would defer as well to David Ellison, who I sat down with only a few weeks ago when they closed the Paramount transaction at Skydance, and his discussion about creating long-term value. Take a listen.
What we're going to do is restructure our business to run significantly more efficiently, and then we're really going to invest into our growth areas like studios and streamings and sports.
Right.
And I think what's important between my family and our partners with Jerry Cardinale and Redbird, we own 70% of the economics of this business. So we are focused on one thing, which is truly long-term value creation.
Jim, you know, listen, with Larry Ellison's money, I mean, he's not a sentimental guy. You don't get as rich as he is by not caring about making good economic decisions, but, you know, we'll see where they end up here.
Okay, so David, I'm looking at the Warner Media Holdings. I'm looking at all these different pieces of debt. They're all horrendous. If I were Amazon, I would say, well, you know what? We could really do a kill, or Apple. We've got the best balance sheet in the world. We just pay off that debt. We immediately become the #1 entertainment company. We don't really know how to do entertainment. We're using Time Warner for a lot of the things anyway. David, can't these companies pay much, much more and just decide, you know what, we want this and we love Ellison, he's a terrific guy, but he can't be in our league?
Well, they could, of course, but at the same time, you are buying a company with cable networks right now, as opposed to waiting perhaps when the split occurs and you get what you really want, which is the studios and streaming business, if they actually want that. You don't want the cable networks. Do you move immediately to spin them off? You know, or announce a spin? Maybe, but even there, there's value that you're losing over the period of time to close the deal and then do a spin of said cable networks as well. So, you know, it could be
David,
difficult to pull off. There's no. And by the way,
Amazon thinks long term.
They do. They do. Listen, there's a lot of synergies, a lot of costs that will come out as a result of putting together Paramount and Warner Brothers. Not to mention the streamers as well. There's a lot of money that can be saved. So there is some financing they can add, even though they're over 3 times levered, let's call it, as a combined company. They could maybe add a turn of leverage, but there's a lot of cost synergies coming out as well. You're not going to see that as much with the Apples or the Amazons, or maybe even the Netflixes, and that's the interesting name here as well. Paramount's moving while it has a chance to
do. They're #1 in everything. They're number one in everything right now. We
Warner
know
Brothers.
that. That's why you can steal. Yes, you can steal it.
The studio is turned. It's having a great year. Their production for TV is very strong right now. They would say that, you know, but what represents a steal now? I mean, really? You know, low 20s all cash, mid 20s. I mean, we'll see. The sport's going to have a lot to think about. You know, Anthony Noto, Anton Levy, Faisal. I mean, all of these guys. Not to mention Malone's, you know, not on the board anymore, but he's sort of emeritus. But he talks to Zaslav every day. He's still going to have influence here. He owns only about 1% of the overall stock of Warner Brothers. It's going to be fascinating. My questions continue to be, where are we going to end up in terms of price? It's got to be a lot of cash. I can tell you that right now, because something with a lot of stock in it is a no-go from what I'm hearing. Secondly, do they go to an auction and actually, to your point, Jim, see, is there interest in buying the whole company from the likes of the names you just mentioned?
Well, I got to tell you, Carl, how many, a couple of weeks ago we thought all these were worthless, right? Then we have Echo Star, we have this. I mean, Warner Bros. Discovery is one of the greatest shorts of all time, right? I mean, you just short it forever until the cows come home. They have balance sheet. Who knows what's going to happen with TV? And then suddenly, maybe it's worth 25, Carl.
Well, there's the financing part, guys, and then there's the regulatory part. And David, there's so much discussion about Colbert's cancellation and the 60-minute settlement and an ombudsman, new interview policies that face the nation, and whether that's trying to grease the wheels a little bit.
No doubt. I think there is a belief, Carl, frankly, that were this deal to actually be accepted by Warner Brothers Discovery, again, an offer that is yet to be made, but let's assume that that you would get the antitrust and regulatory approvals that you need for this deal. That's different than, for example, the expectations perhaps our parent company for at least a few more months, Comcast, in a very difficult position. Can't really do this, it would seem. By the way, you're gonna make a bid for Paramount when you're spinning off your cable networks? That just doesn't seem to work. And then others, you know, it's more of a question, Jim, in terms of the regulatory. But here it would seem that there is an expectation, if they in fact make a bid that is accepted by the Warner Brothers board, that they would be able to get it done. CBS and CNN come, you know, there. I mean, there'd be a lot of pain to Carl's point as well in terms of where things end up, given those two news organizations, as Paramount shares sort of turn around a bit. Yeah.
Can a family company move faster than an Amazon, move faster than an Apple, move faster than Netflix? This is a family company.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It's controlled, as David Ellison just said. It's controlled by the Ellison family, and you know, Redbird obviously there as well. Yeah, they can move quick. Listen, Larry Ellison can do whatever he wants. He's got so much money, but he could, you know, he can buy the moon. But there's not a great economic return there. One would expect, I don't know, you tell me. Has he gotten more sentimental now that he's, 80 years old? I don't know.
No, he's not a sentimental fellow. No, I don't want anyone to even think that for a second. No, I mean, he's nicer than Alex Carr.
Well, then he's going to do something that makes economic sense in his opinion. And, yes, they are investing for the long term. I don't have any doubt about that. You heard Ellison say it, you'd believe it. And maybe there's something else after this, if in fact they do get there. But it's going to be great to follow this guy's over the
Sounds
next
like a scam.
few weeks and see where we end up and what happens. It's kind of old media
And I think
and fun.
Paul, it's really important to point out that David was going to have a colonoscopy this morning, but he canceled it to be able to be here.
Postponed. Public service announcement. Everybody get out there and make sure you get them. I just don't know
we gotta do that. No.
It's the usual routine. There's nothing, thankfully, that necessary to do it today, given
when
this
you do
story.
it, David, I want you to use this new best selfie in the world. You can selfie your colonoscopy.
Thankfully, I didn't start the prep before I got the calls on this, so I was like, oh, thank God. All right, I'll come in tomorrow, because that would have been a bad situation.
That's probably a bargain.
When we come back, a lot more from Kramer's time in Kentucky with Apple Chief Tim Cook. Well, I'll say Bluegrass State edition of Kramer's Mad Dash as we count down to the opening bell. Take a look at the pre-market. We'll get to Adobe and RH and SMCI. Take a look at Oracle.
Assassin in custody? Let's hope so.
What a week it's been for some of these names that we've talked about the last few days. David brought us up to speed on Warner this morning, Oracle, Centene with its affirmation, Micron, and of course, P-Sky. Don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Tyler Robinson, did he get busted? They get him? Hope they, I want to bitch slap that son of a gun. I don't understand why liberals go to gun violence. It just, these people are, they need to hang him right in front of the White House. Taking someone's life is just horrible. His own dad turned him in good.
Hear the cheers here as we count down to an opening bell on Friday.
You got to do it. I'd do it.
It is Friday. Let's do our last mad dash for the week. Of course, head back down to Kentucky.
If he's out harming people, I wouldn't think twice.
One of the things that I think is amazing is when you think of semiconductor stocks and what is powering higher, you think of NVIDIA. Well, wait a second. Maybe you should be thinking about Micron. Because Micron stock was at 64 in April. It's crashing into the 160 level. Why is this? High bandwidth memory. Now, Sanjay Mehrotra, the CEO, who is the least promotional of the CEOs that I deal with, would tell you, wait a second, that's only part of our business. We're largely DRAM. But this is all about data center. Every time we discover a new stock that's in the data center that's big, we didn't know. By the way, Corning is huge in the data center, and I haven't heard a soul who talks about it, but we will talk about it tonight.
You know, Micron's move yesterday was enormous, and then it's being followed up today.
Yes.
I don't know where. I mean, I know the multiple is always low. We talked about it yesterday in terms of being a cyclical. Does this make sense to you? This move, Jim?
Yes, only because of Micron. Micron has at times, there have been periods where it was #1 in the S&P, and then literally the next year, number 500 in the S&P. Anybody who remembers the great 93 crash in Micron says, you know what, we got 93. I mean, that's it. That's 1993, it's like 1848. It has these moves that are just extraordinary, and they don't stop here. I always kid Sanjay. I say, Sanjay, once this thing goes, it goes much further than you think. He has always tried to restrain me, but he can't this time, David. He can't stop me.
What did you make? I don't know if you've seen this piece in the Journal today, Jim. Looking at the challenges
We're open.
in raising enough money to fulfill these deals with Broadcom, for example, and Oracle. I mean, it's all riding on the line here.
Goodbye. You gotta get the mood of the market. Open was running yesterday. Tesla was running yesterday. Adobe, GME. I'm kind of wanting to keep an eye on Open though. Spies at the VWAP. Oh, that ain't the right one. The options are cheap. Zero of 5, we got YAAS, that's too cheap. I don't want that. Mag 7 are all, Tesla's up $5. Gary Black flags 2 key upside triggers for Tesla, despite valuation concerns. There's nothing wrong with Tesla, you jerks. Oracle's at the first support level. Finally hit it. SPX, we're at the bottom of the mega phone breakout yesterday. Number 4. Uno, dos, tres, cuatros. SPY's at the 200, so that's your first support. The 657s or the 658s. It'd be nice for it to retest that 200 again. We bounced off of it pre-market. And we got MU had a run yesterday. Oracle's at the first support. AMD's at a triple bottom, quad bottom. NVIDIA's got a knife here. Meta at 745.79. I don't know what that trend line comes from. Comes from a pattern. It's a pivot point. It can drop lower and be a real strong buy at 732. If that low, 736. That's Meta. I gotta clean this up, start fresh. I think I cleaned that chart up twice yesterday. So on the 5-minute, we hit the 63. I still think we come down more, so I'm not going to be that gun-ho today. Today's losers is him, Oracle, Lulu, Cisco, Chewy. Boeing's looking cheap. What you looking like today, Peppolini? I need to look at you so I can get a clue on how to trade today. Well, we're at a 20-day low. Man, this thing's looking sexy. Boeing is. Is there any bad news? Update, United Airlines flight conducts emergency landing in Japan. So that's bad news. Boeing clearly behind a 777X certification process. Emergency landing. Well, I know on the way back from Charlotte to Springfield, that plane I was in was freezing cold. With sunburn, that didn't feel too good. I really suffered for about 2 hours. I said, God, this sucks. Do you have a blanket? No. I said, what? I should have thought about getting into my luggage and pulling out some sweats. It was miserably cold. Miserably. So when you fly in a plane, make sure you're warm. Because it can get cold. $216.93 is my support level. Let's look at the 5-minute, 1 day 5-minute. Boeing, 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 keep those doggies rolling, ride. Boeing for next week, a 220 strike. $220 strike. SPY 357s. There's another big fat knife right there. So we got a snake. Hit a double bottom pre-market low, breakout, pullback. $113 for the 357s. Oracle bounced off that support level. Now that's a 32%. Well, it's a 60. I think it's 61.8. Let me see. No, that's the top. That's the top one. I'd like to see it hit 50% pullback. And then we had Baba. China yesterday had that. Nice little reversal there on Boeing. We gotta see if it holds the orb that it's established. If it hasn't, then it'll fall. AMD, I have some kind of support here. I don't know where it's from yesterday, 155 something. So I'm gonna set me a little alert. I don't know if I want to trade it yet. I'm kind of being very patient today. Oh, there it is right there. Dang, that was fast. The 657s on the SPY. We got a flag. Well, heck. Boeing's back down there again. Now this is going to be a yay or nay situation here. And oh, there's Boeing. $2.13 for the 220 strike, 210. Let's go for it. I'm going to go for it. It's going to be a swing maybe to next week. The 220 strike at $2.10. Boeing. Going to be a day trade or swing. September the 19th. Strike 220.00 at $1 and $2.10. Whoops. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. America is in a sad place right now. So what happened to Oct 2? Corporate Treasury resolution accelerates. They had something about coin in the news this morning. Let's change Oct 2 to open. Tesla's a mean mofo. So I'm looking at 376.81 right now. SPY had a little breakout, pulled back and hit the VWAP again for a second. WBD's the big brother today. Wolf. You got RGTI on here up $2.23. Joby's looking good here lately. Joby was Wall Street set to open little change Friday ahead of consumer. Well, that ain't got to tell me nothing. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go cook a piece of toast. Oh. I don't want you to dip anymore. I'm going to put well, I could wait a little longer. It's got to break 216.58. SPY had a new high. That pretty good little run. 50 cents from that bottom. The 657. We hit 6,600 yesterday on the SPX. I mean on /ES. Toast tastes good. Today I got to dump off my recycled cans and plastics. Back to 220 on my Boeing. Slash ES, I have 55.92.80 for resistance from yesterday. On the 30-minute. Oh, 3 black crows here on the SPX. SPY dropped 20 cents here. Should I do the SPY or the SPX? We got the VWAP on the SPY. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. SPX, Lotto, the 6600s. Yep, those are the ones. Okay, we're at the 200. Prepare ye. I'm getting ready. They're at $2. 205. $2.05. Grabbed a couple right there. Boeing's at 253. We're now at $2.15 on my calls for the SPX, the 6600 strike. Can we break the 200? Or is this a continuation of drama? Boeing hit 250. I made 250 bucks on that baby. Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling Clementine. How we won and now we're beating. Oh boy, let's go. Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling, na na na. Upon us forever, oh, and dine. We're now at $2.25. It's not as much as I'd like to have. Should know like. Not liking the price action on this right now. Should have got at least 50 cents out of that. Just for that, I might have a bowl of soup. I've been up since 1 and had a couple Reese's Pieces bars, and so we broke out of we had a snake into a falling wedge with a 1'em, 2'em, 3'em. M-U, 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 I'm gonna look at. Jim, did you ever sing on Broadway? Well, I done plays and skits in grade school and high school, and I played in many bands all around the country. But I've never been to, and I've been to Opryland. I did inventory there. I didn't sing there. Oh boy, you might be pushing it. Boeing's at $2.42. I sing at church, and I sing in the bathtub. When I take a shower in the morning, I sing. I also sing live on a platform called Discord. I've been known as a singing day trader. Uh-oh. SPX. We're at $2.50. $2.60. I think you know what to do. As a professional, I'm going to take 50 bucks a contract. and I doubled down on them there, so I've got 4 contracts. Has anybody got anything to say? Like, get that grade pen out, if you know what I mean, man. I think you know what I mean. Don't be shy. Out at $2.60. Thank you very much. All out. Oh, oh, uh-oh. I'm winning. I'm winning. And Boeing's at 252. 257. Do 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 do. Well, I got 2 trades out of the way. I'm still in one. I think I'd get more out of Boeing, but only time will tell. We got a triple bottom here on open. Open has a triple bottom. Open. Open has a triple bottom. Is Jesus here today? Good job, Rob. That goes out to all you Tesla haters. Do. Let's go. SPX are back at $2. These things are depreciating big time. I'm not in them now, but I'm just saying. Yeah, I got in this thing down here at the 200, and it was at 205, and then it hit $2 right here. Now we're at 240, so it's starting to, yeah, we're at 240. That was off the 63, and we bounced off of it earlier with the Head and Shoulders. See the Head and Shoulders? Inverse Head and Shoulders. Now we have a Head and Shoulders right here off the orb at $45. But I didn't take it. I should have took it. I thought about it. But I just now recognize, well, why wasn't I looking at that 63? Then I just now noticed the Head and Shoulders, and I said, shit. And we stopped here at the neckline of that head. Well, actually, the neckline, well, yeah, I mean, so I'm going to walk into the kitchen, turn on the stove, pull out of the refrigerator a bowl of soup that lies in its cove. As I nuke it for 2.5 minutes, I'm going to be thinking about how they caught that piece of shit that shot Charlie Kirk. And I got to write a song about this. A man that done so much good and didn't have had an actual debate instead of like me where I get to bashing. I mean, I can handle, I would love to debate liberals. I really do. They always get mad and start using the curse words. They call me a fascist and a racist and whatever else they want to call me when I'm not. I've probably made love to more Asian women than I ever thought about. I got a girl right now I'm seeing named Patricia. It's Asian. But I don't look at people like that. Now, white trash, I might be a racist on. And I don't want to go to Men's Warehouse and have a transsexual try to put a suit on me. And peek through the door. Hey, mister, what are you doing after work tonight? Tesla has a 1, 2, 3 support, a couple of them. Got one right there, then another one right here. And a double top right here. So somewhere in that channel, I think we'll be reversing. There's your double top right there. So right off the 50. We'll see if that holds. So I have the 6600s on SPX at 205, and I haven't even looked at the chart. We could come back and hit the VWAP, so I'm going to wait. Then we got Tesla here at a support at a double top. And at a 1, 2, 3 bits. And at the 50 SMA. Look at 3 reasons to take it. I'm fired up about that guy. I want a piece of him. $390. Now, 390 strikes have 125 grand on them. Volume. And 395s have 64. Right now I'm cooking my soup. I'm getting ready. So the 390s at $2.82, 277. $277. This is a scalp. $271. $4, baby. Has anybody got anything to say? Another A+ victory. VICTORY. That is my battle cry. I think I did that perfect. I want an A+. A little A. Jimmy called this here. Off the 63. Does anybody remember? Somebody does. They're now at 335 from $2. 205. AMD bounced off my little support I called. NVIDIA has new high. Tesla's now at 360. I just see what Nicole's wearing today. George, you're not Nicole.
Higher and higher, and the range, the daily ranges are more narrow, and the equity market still is inching higher. There's also going to be opportunities for rotation amongst the Mag 7 names that have been underperformers, and I think Tesla's demonstrating that this week. If you look at the price action, in particular in the past few days, where we saw the Oracle equity start to fall off and give back a lot of the gains that it produced earlier this week, we are seeing some rotation within the Mag 7 to the underperformers. And I think Tesla's indicative of that sort of rotation. That's more of a tactical rotation, I suggest. What's going on, I don't necessarily see anything from a headline standpoint that's creating this sort of outsized move, but you also have to consider as we move into the end of this quarter,
I see one.
Tesla may end up announcing some discounts on their vehicles, knowing that they are going to be losing their tax credits.
The outside was that we didn't want
which is, again,
Ellison to be the richest man in the world.
For the U.S. Treasury. So I think it's interesting
George.
to see that, but nonetheless, the picture for the market is still high.
George didn't see a catalyst. I see one, because we don't want Ellison to be the richest man in the world. We want Elon to. At least Elon's got a product. Well, I guess Ellison does now too. George.
That said, profit growth is there. The labor market growth isn't there, but we're trading profit growth, and that seems to be the case here. And we have catalysts still with the Fed moving monetary policy in the right direction for market participants, and there's still that underlying fiscal policy I've been talking about that's been a huge catalyst since 2022. So there's a lot of moving parts that are pushing this market higher, irrespective of some of the weakness that we're seeing in the labor market.
Yeah, and when it comes to Tesla, I just wanted to add a couple of things. Back on the 9th of September, there was a bright spot where, in fact, Tesla saw record best week for the quarter, 14.3 thousand new registrations.
Oh, really?
In China. I mean, I thought that was a bright spot there. You also have Elon Musk out really touting the humanoid Optimus robot and that it may even be available in 2026 and it could be 80% of revenue going forward.
You think about that, George?
Think of it as somewhat of a tech company, so maybe it becomes a robot company in the future. We'll have to wait and see more on that. But a lot of excitement.
She got you on that one, didn't she, George?
We've gotten in some economic news or anything else you're watching?
Uh-huh.
I think there's just been really two major stories driving the market narrative this week. And I
She
think
shut
it's
him
a
up.
Pretty great week for AI as far as that story being intact. I mean, we heard from the likes of Oracle. We've also heard from Adobe, which came out with some good numbers as well. So, I think there's been a lot of optimism very much around artificial intelligence and that story.
SPX.
The NVIDIA earnings as well. And, obviously then with the data, I mean, we had the consumer sentiment data out today. That is coming off a bit. It does look like, lower and middle income.
It's not moving like they should.
Worried about jobs. They're also worried about inflation. So arguably, you could say that the bad news we got on the economy this week has turned out to be good news for the markets, although not everybody agrees that that is good psychology because of the fact that obviously markets are now pricing in those rate cuts come next week. So that's what's going to be key. Markets seem to be okay with slightly higher inflation right now, it seems, Nicole, because of the fact that it doesn't pose an obstacle as far as what the Fed is thinking, because they are very much focusing on the job side of the equation right now.
All right, Sam Badas, George Sillis, thank you both for being with us. Thank you, friends, for being with us here on Morning Trade Live. I'm Nicole Petalidi. So glad to be with you every single day here on Schwab Network at 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. So I will see you later. Keep it right here.
I love you.
Trading 360.
Don't leave.
King Hall next.
She left.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Hey, Dad. I have a question for you.
No, I don't want to hear it.
When did Granddad first start investing?
No, you weirdo. The whole family's weird.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Good morning, everyone. We are about 90 minutes into the trading day on Wall Street. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Diane Kinghall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We've got mixed markets right now, but the NASDAQ holding on to its record. Coming up on today's show for our 360 Spotlight, we'll take a look at what money flows can signal about the market and what signals the market.
Options just didn't pay him much.
The disruptor today is Joby Aviation after announcing it will take part in a pilot program at the White House for electric mobility. And for our 360 round, we'll bring in our panel to dive into Adobe's earnings and discuss how AI is impacting the software company. All right, let's widen out and take a quick check on where markets are at this hour. As I mentioned before, we do have some mixed market action. Wait for those numbers to populate just a moment here. You are looking at the S&P 500. It's above the flat line right now, better by less than 0.1%. Leading the gains, you've got utilities and consumer discretionary. Weighing on the benchmark, you've got materials, financials, under some pressure here right now. The Dow was under a little bit of pressure, taking a step back today after the record that it saw yesterday. Again, you've seen the tech leadership, though, still holding on to its game. Dow right now off by just shy of 1/3%. Small caps lower right now by a little bit more than 0.5%. Let's take a look at some of the other price action across asset classes. Yield on the 2-year Treasury up 5 basis points right now. The dollar a little firmer today, up a little bit more than 0.1%. Gold catching a bit amid some of this choppy action we're seeing in equities. Gold right now up by about 1/3% there. Crude oil gaining some ground right now, up about 1.5%.
I think I might run up to the store.
$3 a barrel for West Texas Intermediate. Bitcoin gaining a little
Give me
bit
some
inches
creamer.
today, up a little bit more than 0.5%, but holding above 115,000. For a look at one of the top stocks in focus in today's market, I'm joined by Marley Caden, host of Market on Close here on the Schwab Network. All right, Marley, we've got our eye on
Marley.
this big media, potential media deal, I should say. Clearly, Paramount Skydance.
Why did you give her that job?
On Warner Brothers Discovery. Another big move today after that huge double-digit move yesterday for Warner Brothers. Take us through the latest here.
And it looks like it could be another double-digit move for them today. Diane, right now, shares up about 13% for Warner Brothers. But like you said, David Ellison might be amassing a media empire. The CEO and chairman of the newly formed Paramount Skydance is reportedly preparing a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Now, this acquisition would add to a list of franchises and sports media rights Paramount already has, including Star Trek, Transformers, SpongeBob SquarePants, Paw Patrol, Mission Impossible, as well as Paramount Skydance's new sports streaming deal with the UFC. If they can acquire Warner Brothers Discovery, on the franchise front, they'd gain some huge names from all of the DC superhero movies, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, just to name a few. And in sports, it would be even bigger. Warner Brothers has the rights to broadcast games from the NHL, from Major League Baseball, March Madness's NCAA basketball, along with the French Open and NASCAR. It would also put CBS News and CNN under the same corporate umbrella on the live TV front. So Warner Brothers Discovery also comes with its own streaming service. They'd have two. They'd have HBO Max. HBO Max has 125 million subscribers as of the end of the second quarter, whereas Paramount Plus currently has around 77 million streaming users. So almost double the user base there they'd gain acquiring HBO Max. Now, last year, Warner Brothers as a movie studio was the second highest grossing studio at the box office. Paramount was the fifth highest. And Warner Brothers did announce plans to separate its cable networks from its streaming and studio businesses back in June. But what that means for this is unknown because the offer is reportedly for the entire company, Diane.
Okay, yeah. You know what's interesting to me? Well, first up, I never thought we'd be discussing SpongeBob and, Train 360. But obviously this is about a company and, the assets that could potentially come with this. I'm curious to know what you're seeing, if anything yet, in terms of the street reaction, in terms of any analyst reaction yet, or just any other overall takes.
No commentary from analysts yet. The only reaction we really have is share prices. Warner Brothers up more than 13% right now. Paramount Skydance up almost 5%. And Warner Brothers shares popped almost 30% yesterday on the initial reports of this potential takeover bid. But the potential merger of these two companies, Diane, I think would be met with quite a bit of scrutiny here. There's potential regulatory issues here as well. And there could be financial, operational, and investor hurdles as well as you combine these companies. So I don't think it would be the easiest road for a combination of these two companies, particularly with the two news companies underneath the same umbrella. But, there are solutions to everything we've learned, but it will be very interesting to see how this one plays out.
All right, yeah, it will be interesting to see how it plays out. It just, comes amid the shifting sands that we are seeing in the media space. Thank you, Marley. That's Marley Caden, host of Market on Close. Let's get some insights on the news that's shaping overall market action. For that, we want to welcome in Andrew Ahrens, founder and partner at Synergy Advisory Management Group. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us today. All right, let's talk about this batch of economic data that we've had this week. We got the weaker job report, we got that CPI that wasn't, didn't derail the thesis around the Fed's path from here. We also got the new consumer sentiment data today. How do you interpret all of this?
Well, I still think it's all positive for the market as we, move along here towards the end of the year. I think, we're going to see probably 3 to 4 rate cuts going into next year, which is all positive for a lot of companies here in the market. So, as I expected, markets hitting all-time highs, which they are doing right now, I continue to suspect that we're going to see some strength in the market moving forward.
Andrew, let me ask you this. Are you in the camp at all? Because now there's this, camp that's wondering if we could potentially see a jumbo camp. Are you in that camp? And if you're not, why would you push, or how do you push back on that view?
I basically think that, we're going to see some cuts and they're going to be, probably see a quarter point, several times. And, that's kind of what I'm looking at moving forward.
And then in terms of your market outlook through the balance of the year, obviously, we note that we're seeing record after record, whether we're talking about the S&P 500, the NASDAQ. Dow finally has been participating, not today, but participating in the party as it stands by the close of yesterday, and the day is still young. You're constructive on equities through the balance of the year. What sectors or themes do you see playing out as the biggest beneficiaries of a potential bullish run through the year end?
Well, we've seen a lot of leadership, and I continue to think we're going to see that. Companies with AI, or like I said, we're still in early innings here, and there's a lot of room here for the markets to move higher. A lot of stocks that I've been pushing the last 6 months have done extremely well, and I expect them to continue to do well. And a lot of them are the big tech stocks, the Metas of the world, Google, Amazon. Right now I've been watching Reddit, and I'm watching the growth that they've been having, the strong second quarter growth that they've been having in the digital advertising space, and they're doing very, very well. And I continue to like Amazon, which is one of my favorite stocks as well, and they're making a big push, right now into grocery, and that could do awfully well for them too. So there's a lot of room for Amazon to run. There's a lot of room for a lot of these stocks, in my opinion. And when rates come down, that's all good for these kind of stocks.
Let me ask you about Amazon. It has been an underperformer year to date. What is it that gives you the view that it can catch up?
Well, Amazon, they do some cost cutting when they have to, and if they have to do that, they usually it usually reflects in the earnings moving forward. And there's just so many areas. Logistically, they're doing very, very well with the consumer. They're trying to be really, really close to where everyone lives and being able to get goods and to people right away, which is what people want. And I just think that they're going to continue to outperform. You could see Amazon not doing as well as some of these other companies so far this year, but all of a sudden, we see like a quarter and Amazon does really well, and the stock then moves up quite a bit higher, which I think we're going to probably see here as we go and approach the fourth quarter this year.
Okay, and then let me ask you a little bit more about, I want to go to the point you made about Reddit, as that is on your list as well. Look, Reddit has already made quite the move, since the lows that we saw earlier this year, the April, May, even bumpiness that it had. Why do you think it has further room to run from here?
Well, they have, 50 billion daily active visitors. They've increased, over the last 2 years by 33%. And, the integration of AI, I think, is going to still enhance user engagement. And, it's doing well in the U.S., doing well internationally, and I expect that to continue.
Okay, and then for investors who are looking for opportunities elsewhere, especially outside of, say, tech or, even this social media play here, essentially, you like Dick's. It
Right.
has been an underperformer year to date. What gives you confidence that there could be a shift coming?
Well, they just closed that Foot Locker deal, $2.4 billion deal. And in my opinion, I think that they may have gotten that Foot Locker pretty cheap. And I think if they combined, synergies, I think that they could maybe, do very, very well. They're dominant in the sports apparel business. And I continue to think that, with their buying power and purchasing power, and they're going to do extremely well. And, I think we're going to see that all play out maybe as we approach the holiday season.
And then I want to get a quick final thought from you, Andrew, on, so you're expecting 3 to 4 cuts through the beginning of next year. What gives you the confidence that the economy can handle that pace?
Well, the earnings are doing very, very well. I think that the cut should only make, companies do better here. And, we've been calling for this, to happen for a while. And I think we're finally going to see it happen. And I think a lot of people were surprised with some of the earnings that we've had. And with lower rates, that's only going to make the market look, quite a bit better here.
Okay, all right, Andrew, we'll leave our conversation there for today. We appreciate it. That's Andrew Ahrens, founder and partner of Synergy Advisory Management Group. Have a great weekend. We've got a lot more to come on Trading 360. Next up, it's the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades. Rick Duquette goes through the technicals, and today we've got Tim Bowen taking us through the trades. On his list, he's got Open Door, Rocket Companies, and TerraWolf. That's next on Trading 360 here on Schwab Network.
He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trade 360. I'm Diane King Hall. Time now for the big three stocks, three charts, and
Open's
three
coming
trades.
down to a
First,
triple
Educator
bottom
will
here.
Take us through the charts. And here to take
We
us
had
through
a
the
triple
trades
day
is
bottom.
Tim Bowen, Chief Technical Trader at StocksToTrade.com. You can tell it's a Friday, guys. I've got a tongue twister there,
Debating
Tim.
if I want to trade this or
and
not.
at least I made you crack up without a pun so far. But you know I'm bringing one. Okay, so we're going to get into your first one right away. Open Door, which opened the door
Missed
to
SPX.
more gains recently with the news of its CEO. You like that one. All right, Tim, tell us about this one.
Yeah. First off, Diane, thank you for having me back. I think my internet is last half hour. It's got a little choppy, but I think I'm going to be in studio with you next week, so I do look forward to that. And I apologize if my internet cuts out. But Open, I was here 3 weeks ago. Open was in the threes, and we talked about Paul Tudor Jones buying in. The thesis around the rate cuts coming and the short squeeze. And I believe it was in the mid threes when I was live with you, and it's just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing higher. And I think that this short squeeze as kind of a meme stock as well is just getting started. So still love this one, even though it was at the threes 3 weeks ago and it's in the nines today.
It is in the nines today. All right, so that sets us up for Rick taking a deep dive into this chart. Tell us what you noticed, because, I mean, look, the outside size move in this has really just come recently.
This is one of those, exactly, outsized moves that really you take notice of when you start to see it because it's so explosive. The price activity was volatile. What that is revealed by is our broadening triangle type pattern that you can see forming. We had two trend line boundaries along the highs and lows
Megaphone.
apart from each other, suggesting the highs and lows are becoming increasingly farther apart.
Say it.
Swings are getting bigger and bigger. A difficult
Say
environment.
megaphone.
Your targets
You got a
are constantly
haircut.
moving away from each other. So that was something that may have been a tricky situation to handle. But, I mean, we had a huge push to the upside this week here. Now we can see that the low point seems to be around 730.
And I was just looking at Open.
So that would be a short-term boundary for the bulls to hold on to. Oftentimes when you have one of these big pushes to the upside, price will
It's on the
retreat
daily?
to a prior resistance level that then becomes support. So be on the lookout for that consolidative behavior, that bull flag or bull pennant type of activity where we do see the eventual push that takes out the old highs that were established then. So now we can see RSI still bullish. Still
I don't see
overbought
his-
here,
I don't
sign
see
of
his
strength in
pattern.
the trending market here. It'll be very interesting to see what starts to happen next week when this move has been digested a little bit more.
Not on the daily.
Reopens here. So now we can see that our a visual illustration of how extreme this move is our standard deviation channels. I had to go all
So
the way
let's
up
go to the 4 hour.
6 standard deviations away from our linear regression line here. So extremely outsized move here relative to its own price performance here. That boundary comes in at about 990 here. Could be a
No,
point to
maybe
keep an eye
on the 4 hour.
Okay, and then Tim, really quickly, want to get a final thought on Open Door before we move on to your next stock.
Yeah, like to keep in mind, as you mentioned, I wouldn't be buying up here. I think like when you look at the explosive move of this,
I see it right here. We're getting close to support.
Yesterday, where you're going to be looking for is those pullbacks to those previous support levels, because I think that's where it's going to bounce off of those levels. And yeah, totally agree with that. Don't chase it up here. Wait for those pullbacks. But like I said, I think this squeeze is literally just getting started at this point.
Let's talk about the next name on your list. You've got rocket companies on your list. It's having quite a different year this year than last year. Tell us about your thesis here.
I'm a Michigan boy at heart, still in Michigan now. I really like what Dan Gilbert has done, especially for Detroit. And, this is one of those names, kind of similar thesis to Open Door. And again, I just really like the chart,
They're both real estate companies.
Kind of going back to that idea of the mortgage refi, in theory getting uncapped next week. I mean, we'll still see what Jay Powell says, but
Rockets had a good bounce back.
Rate cut, maybe jumbo rate cut, multiple rate cuts. Your previous guest said that as well.
And when you think about that, actually, you know,
Tesla's
all
at
these people that
263.
brings more business, and I just really like it from a chart perspective.
Yeah.
You know, looking at that chart you got up right now, breaking out, and I think that when you add in the thesis of the rates, just a nice, great uptrending chart here.
Okay, all right, Rick, the chart, that's your wheelhouse. What do you notice about this one?
Yeah, so this is another of these situations where we had a breakout, and now it's looking for potentially a supportive area. So we can see that
the old
we
triple
had
top.
our push to the upside here once price crossed above 17. That became the supportive area that was tested a few times there. Then we had our ceiling that came in about 19.15 here, so about a $2.50 wide range in which price bounced back and forth. Now we had our breakout here, but if you were to draw a trend line along these low points during our recent activity here, you could also duplicate it and put it across these highs as best you can. It matches up fairly well here, so that gives us a potential boundary as well to think about here. Certainly not a brick wall that price is going to stop at here, just a tool you can use to project potential further highs here. And when we look at look out for some potential supportive areas, right here stands out that level just below 21, around 2050 perhaps here. That's the highs before we had our most recent break to the upside. That's about where we've bottomed out so far. Beyond that, though, 1950, that level we mentioned earlier, would be the next old resistance that is now looking rather supportive. Notice as well how heavy the volume activity has been. Lots of volume spikes, meaning volume that's at least 50% above the 50-day simple moving average. Numerous spikes during the past couple of months here suggest high conviction on the part of traders. Now, if we were to look at volume profile, not a ton of help here, but we can see that 18...
Spank. I'm joking. Tesla. We're at that triple quad bottom. Hi. Watch it. Watch it. Here it is. It's time. We got to hold this right here. We're at 240. Okay, Jimmy's in it. $2.40. Now, this might be some risk here. The crowd's going wild at the sports arena. It's very important that we hold this support level. You got some Boeing? Whoa! Good call. Jesse. Do you get the next week ones? Say yes. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep that Tesla going right. After this trade, I'm going to go and get into my car and take a trip up to the grocery store and buy me some creamer so I can have me some creamered coffee. I'll be doing that real shortly. They're now at 263. May a circle being broken by and by, by and by. Rich like me, I once was lost, but now I'm found. Do, 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 do. Okay, SPX has got some drama. Mama. Almost to a 1, 2, 3 bits. Short what? As we watch the SPX, Jimmy's getting ready to trade it too. We're at 168, 268 on my Teslas. There's a guy shorting it in another room, so I'm competing with him. Let's go. Blanket. Better I sell it. My arms are scaling. I can't believe I peeled so much. I need some new skin on my body anyway. 277. SPX 123. I got 177. Oh! Here it is. Washboardjim's now looking at this closely here. We have a 123 setup on the SPX.
Start learning today.
Gonna sit on your face. Trader's gonna sit on your face too. When you, just for being you.
Little people scream, but she can't hear. In her tower, so high, it's all a blur. The pain
still like the 6600s here.
Does she even know the damage done, or does she sleep so sound? Never a frown. Jim's gonna sit on your face. Retail traders gonna sit on your face too, just for being
Trader's gonna sit on your face too, being you, just for being you, Nancy. Whoa, look at there, Randy. The SPXs, the 6600s at 90 cents. Crowd's going wild here at the sports arena today. Randy calls out a 1-2-3 setup, and Jim takes advantage of it. Right now he's up $100. Just for being you. Ah. People on the internet were in denial. Washboardjim came around for a while. Ooh, look at that fallen wedge. We need it to hold here at the 1-2-3 setup. No. Now we're at a double bottom. You're ruining my reputation here. It's not doing good. I'm gonna go get my water. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh yeah, I gotta go to the bank too. Forgot. Damn, back to even? Come on. Where's my checkbook? Need breakout. Hmm. Dang, look at them. $340, $355. $445. Oh, Washboardjim got in at 240. They went to what? What'd they go to? 4 something, 440? 4 something. La 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 la. 445. I'm about ready to go to the store and pick up some creamer for my coffee. Woke up this morning, didn't have no creamer for the coffee, so I warmed up the water and had some jasmine tea. As I got up at 1 a.m., I had a dream that got me going. Took it very slim. Coffee without creamer, I am a daydreamer. Coffee without creamer, I am a daydreamer. I got in Tesla calls at 390 strike. 240 was the price I paid, and I aired up my bike. She ran all the way to 445, and again so too early. Coffee in the morning without creamer, I'm a daydreamer. I'm a daydreamer. Coffee in the morning without creamer, I'm a daydreamer. Whoa! I've got to go to the store to pick up some creamer. Can't have my coffee, I am a daydreamer. Another hit song by Washboardjim. He just writes them one right after another. Ding thing's at 60 now. Whoa. I might have to cost average down right here, Randy. There's some kind of bite on my elbow. It itches. I was out in the woods cleaning up some brush out back behind the IRS. They cut a bunch of trees down that were leaning on the building. I got a hell of a mess. I got a hell of a mess. They wouldn't give me 60 cents, Randy. I tried. I'm gonna go get some creamer. Anybody like my song? Is there a moaning sound going on? Who's doing that? There's a hot mic. Is he masturbating to my music? A lot of people do that. I don't hear it. Oh. Well, I have none of that going on in the room, please. Come on, break out. We need to break to 63. Do you understand me? Oh, we're at $1. Okay, we're at the 200 right now. You take profit, or you get, or we break the 200. Now we have a 1, 2, 3 bits, triple top, resistance at the 200. So this is hard. I should average down. I tried to get 60 cents. That would have been a nice trick. Oh! Oh! Uh-oh. Uh-oh, something major happened here. YouTube, did you like my song? Say yes or no. We're at 110 now. We're at $1.10. Tyler Robinson identified as Charlie Kirk's murder suspect. Just an average old kid that liked to dress up in women's blouses. Well, Charlie, we're at 95 cents now. So I'll leave you with CNBC.
Pricing going forward. I mean, look, you've gotten some of the retail earnings, and that's been something that they called out. Now, it's specific to certain things, right? You know, these are mostly consumer goods, but where we have seen some inflation outside of the consumer goods, we've seen it a little bit on the services side as well too. So it's making its
AMD just had a pop.
It's just a matter of how much weight do you want to give that relative to the jobs picture, and you know, it's kind of the way you started the segment. Is what's the Fed going to do? Well, I wish I had the answer, but if you think that 50 basis points is the right choice for this meeting, I could get behind that. But I do think that I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, and Kev, to Joe's point, why cut 50 basis points and scare the market, right? Especially with us teetering at record highs, and Fed Chair Powell's always been pretty good about navigating that and what reaction there's going to be in the markets, right?
Well, it depends. You only scare the markets if you explain it poorly, right? If I'm Jerome Powell and I cut 50 basis points and I walk up to the microphone and go, I cut 50 basis points because I'm no longer worried about inflation. I'm worried about the labor market. I don't think the market reacts negatively to that. I think it's how he explains it. It's how he guides. It's the SEP. I think the market will react a lot more from Jerome Powell's press conference and the SEP than it does from the actual move. We know they're going to move, right? It's a 95% chance now. It's interesting. When the yields have come up, that 50 basis point cut, the probabilities have come down to only about 5% now is what I read on the CME's website. So I think, like always, Jerome Powell has to deliver things to the market. He's usually good at it. Until this past year, he was really good at it. And so I think he needs to deliver the news to the markets that they can like. If he doesn't, well, then that's a different story, Tom.
Yep, and he's usually good in those press conferences, so we'll have to wait and see at this point. All right, guys, let's take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Microsoft, the enterprise tech stock, up today after they reached a new memorandum of understanding with OpenAI. Not much details on the contract, but we're going to talk Microsoft when we come back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options,
Technical analysis.
Best of all, you can ask questions
And being in the now.
chatting directly with an
We're now at
It's
$1.05.
interactive learning
Randy, you
and
still in this
it's
trade? Yes or
Tune in
no?
live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Randy, we're at 105. Have you made a business decision? Or were you in the trade? Randy, are you taking a smoke break? Randy. Well, I want to make a affidavit here. Anybody that calls out trades in this room or someone that I respect a lot in trading and all of a sudden you just kind of like want to disappear, please, a lot of us traders respect you if I back you up. So please, if anybody, if you decide to leave the room, at least give an excuse or a reason why, so we won't have to worry about you or think, oh, well, that was kind of cold. If it's something that you don't like, or if it's not your style, or at least say goodbye. Is that asking too much? Show some respect. Doesn't matter how you leave, just why. Because it could be something that we could improve on, or maybe not. And I'm not talking about Randy. But I'm just saying. Say you're done with it, like, you know, I might retire soon, and when I get ready to say goodbye, I'll say, well, I've been at this way too long, and exactly. I'd just like to know why, you know. Is it because you can't call out trades, or just this kind thing to do? We're at 110 now. Can we break this resistance level and get up to a double top by the end of the day at 65.94? I don't even know what this Jack Boats channel is. I like to see this thing break out. You know, like when Mike left, that kind of hurt me, because I really thought he liked this room. Just one day he's gone. I like this way he traded. And I learned a lot from Funk too. I learn from everybody, but some people leave a mark. It took me. I traded with a lot of people. I'm peeling dead skin off my arms. I haven't peeled like this. I had a hat on my head, so I didn't get that bad. Last time I went on vacation, my head peeled real bad, blistered up actually. My top of my head. But I didn't peel anywhere else. This time I peeled everywhere else but the top of my head. Even my balls got to peeling. They're at 120. This has been a little up down ride. We have 3 different resistance levels. And we have a head and shoulders. I'm going to go get me some creamer and deposit a check and bring my phone in case I need to get out of this trade. Hi, Elizabeth. What? Hi, Elizabeth. Manpower is hiring packaging and processing technicians in Springfield, Missouri at $17 to $18 an hour. I wonder if I can pass this on to Cody. Woo, 125. Randy. Look at AMD when I called that double bottom this morning. Randy. Oh my gosh, 135. Swing low. Sweet cherry. We just hit the first resistance. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. What a magnificent trade, Washboard Jim. Is that how you get all the girls? Yeah, it is. Right. God darn it. Now what the heck? I'm going to try this one more time. Put the dollar sign straight across right there. Resistance. And you take this trend line from right there to right there, second resistance, then you take the third one with a price line, at 65.94. What is my phone number? 814. I'm heading to the store to buy me some creamer. Heading to the bank for heaven's sakes. The teller there is waiting for me. Eh? Okay. I'll be back.
Others become more popular with some lower fees. You could start to see those fees from Coinbase start to fall too. And so I think that that's another element to consider when you're thinking about this long term, because we know those trading fees are a large portion of Coinbase's revenue. So that's something to keep in mind. However, when we look at this, when we look at consumer interest in Bitcoin, when we look at institutional interest in Bitcoin, we see this as a long-term growth driver. And whenever we're seeing this consistent engagement, even accelerating engagement on the consumer front when it comes to Coinbase's platform, that gives us more confidence in this name, more confidence in this stock. And again, just that the bit of bullish divergence starting to form where engagement may be heading in one direction and the stock looks like it's heading in the opposite.
All right, great breakdown for us. Appreciate it, Megan.
I do too, Megan.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Megan Brantley, VP
What are you
of
doing
Research
tonight, baby?
at Likefolio, giving us the data on Coinbase. Kevin, as I mentioned, it's down 27% from those highs that we hit in July, $444 a share that it hit. How do you want to look at this one from an example trade?
Tom, I understand that there's a relationship between Bitcoin and Coinbase, but I just don't like the fact that Bitcoin is not up as much as Coinbase. So my trade here is going to be bearish. If you don't think that, don't do this trade, because my trade time, I went out to the October 3rd expiration. I bought, in this case,
that's an interesting take.
325 put, so basically very close to at the money put. Then I measured next week's expected move of about $20, and I sold the 305 put. So the 2 week, not 1 week, 2 week, $20 put diagonal, a bearish play in Coinbase gives you about 27.5 short deltas, Tom.
All right, yeah, let's break this one down. Put diagonal here, going out to the October 3rd, same amount of duration as Joe's trade, 3 weeks until expiration on the bearish part of this, where you're buying that 325 strike put here in there, or in Coinbase, and then against it, till the September 19th, the monthly options that expire in just 7 days, the 305 strike put. So a bearish $20 wide put diagonal to the downside. You're basically paying $12.55 debit for that, as we got. It's probably trading a buck higher than that right now, trading closer to $13.70, just because the stock has pulled back and it's started to expand in price. So when we looked at this earlier, it was trading $12.55 debit. If you do pay, the debit you buy that you pay for this position is going to be your risk on the trade. So keep that in mind. If you pay $12.55, you got $1,255 in risk on that one. Anything below about 320 is going to be potential profitability on this one, and that's only a couple bucks below the current share price, which is about 322. So keep that in mind as the stock's down about $1.90. Kevin, when you look at this, you do have that opportunity to extend this trade as you get closer to expiration over the next 7 days. The idea here is to roll that short 305 put, collect some credits, right? That reduces risk and increases potential profitability, right?
Yeah, exactly right, Tom. This is a
God,
2
darn
week
it,
diagonal
Tesla.
on purpose. And you're right, it's a bit pricey, but you've got a big roll coming up, and it gives you a little bit of duration. It's collecting theta right now, but you've got not only next week, but then the week after that, and you're gonna collect theta as well as chip away at that net debit and the break even. And if it starts to move towards 305, that credit will get even bigger, Tom. So yeah, you look at something between $12.50 and $14 where it's trading now, and you're going to get a chance to chip away at that net debit. By the way, if you're looking at this for the first time, you can also change the strikes, right?
Yeah.
The overall underlying has moved, so this is what the risk profile is so good for. You plug it in and you adjust it before you put it on to get the optimal level based on the move.
Yeah, you know, if you, for example, did the same option series and you bought the 320 put, sold the 300 put, that's still a $20 wide bearish put diagonal. That's trading about the price that we initially had, about 12.5 bucks. So adjustments necessary based on where the underlying is. Kevin, one of the things that surprised me on this, where implied volatility levels are relatively flat across the option series, but at the same time, you're still paying less than the width of this bearish put diagonal.
Yeah, it's not the cheapest spread, right? But because of it's only a 2-weeker, and it's still a fairly attractive price. Like I said, not cheap. We're not talking about, you know, pennies or things like that. But if you get the move you're looking for, you're collecting a fair amount of theta. We talk about low premium in some options, not on these ones, Tom. These ones are nice and chunky.
Yep. All right, and you got some assignment risk on that short option over the next 7 days also, to keep that in mind. So we'll look at the bearish put diagonal for an example trade there in Coinbase. Let's take another quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Arista Networks. The networking stock hit all-time highs just yesterday, pulling back about 6.5% after that analyst day where they gave some good commentary. Stick around.
Oracle, I got 285.10. Got to be due for a correction someday soon. We've got a darvest box all day. God, I hate that sound.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education.
I hate that loud noise and banging.
Online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. Before we take a look at Arista Networks, let's get a quick look at how the markets are shaping up. The S&P 500 basically flat on the session here, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average now losing more ground, down nearly 200 points, 0.4%. NASDAQ 100 leading to the upside. Got some big tech names: Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta Platforms, all positive. And then the Russell 2000 bringing up the rear, down nearly 0.9%. You can see here from the heat map, we got a couple big names that are kind of holding the market up here, because there's only 4 of the S&P 500 sectors that are positive out of the 11. So most of those in the red, led by information technology and consumer discretionary to the upside here. Still have a chance for the S&P 500 to settle at another record if we see some gains here into the close. All right, let's get into a discussion about Arista Networks. Company had their analyst day yesterday. They raised some guidance levels, gave a pretty good outlook. The stock hit all-time highs, is having a great day yesterday. And now plunging a little bit today. Let's bring in George Tillis, senior markets correspondent here, help us break this one down. It seemed like they're pretty, they're pretty bullish on the outlook for this company during their analyst day, George. But what's your takeaway here?
Well, I think there's something interesting happening this week. I mean, there's clearly been a remarkable move in some of the bigger player names like Oracle. We know that there was some follow through with Broadcom and Aristanet, which is essentially one of the larger network gear and of course hardware companies for data center enterprises, edge cloud computing. They compete pretty aggressively with Cisco, and I think a lot of the move we've seen in Aristanet may be a function of two things. One, obviously there's huge total demand growth for their technologies because of data center and edge cloud computing, but two, they've actually encroached a lot on Cisco's business and taken a lot of market share, and their profitability had improved significantly over the last year, again, which may be reflective of the fact that the stock price has been considerably higher, up about 70% in the last year. And if you look at the last 6 months, it's nearly 80% higher. Yesterday, as you mentioned, they did have their analyst day or investor day. Many analysts had effectively increased their price target. There's too many for me to name, but a huge number of them did increase their targets, and some of them increased their ratings on the stock. But I think what's happening here this week is absent, irrespective of some of the moves we've seen in the big names, there seems to be just some rotation occurring. And that's more tactical in nature, I suggest. You mentioned Tesla today. I actually mentioned it yesterday as well. There's a lot of momentum occurring in that name, and I think it's coming out of some of the exhaustive names that have been moving higher in the past couple of weeks. Broadcom is one. Oracle, which had a tremendous move. It was like a 4.5 standard deviation move. We talked about the market maker move on that stock. It just blew that expectation out of the water. But it's retraced considerably since the highs it published this week. And I think Aristanet also may be pulling back because of some just tactical rotation, for lack of a better word, from institutional investors. And a lot of times, too, when the analysts upgrade stocks, to which there are, again, many analysts who did upgrade the stock for Aristanet, they are underwriting secondaries. So there may be some additional supply coming to the marketplace in shares due to the fact that they're upgrading the stock and underwriting shares for the company.
George, this stock has been doing extremely well lately. Not today, of course, but you're right. If you look at their news feed, it's all upgraded. It's all price targets. You know, the article I read said that the street in general is underestimating their revenue potential based on the Oracle backlog and the capex coming out of Oracle, and they're going to be a big winner there. And they basically said the street's getting this isn't giving them their full potential. But George, even though if you look at the tape, they're all recommendations and price target hikes, stock doesn't look great today.
Yes. It doesn't. And look, and that's why I brought up Oracle too, guys, because the stock performance since the announcement, last earnings announcement, with that tremendous backlog, it's almost unfathomable. That's top line sales for Oracle, but you have to really consider, well, what about the cost of those sales? And so effectively, it looks like the market is sort of readjusting or recalibrating or even digesting these numbers, because they have to incur tremendous expenses to generate that revenue, even though it's, again, very large on a forward basis in the next 5 or so years. I think also in sympathy with the pullback we're seeing in Oracle, coincidentally, I think that's happening here with Aristanet. Doesn't mean the trend is broken, even though today it's a pretty big move to the downside. But we've actually seen the last couple of days since the peak in Oracle earlier this week, mid-single-digit moves to the downside. Pretty big moves, to say the least, after the huge move, 40+% earlier in the week. So I think what we're seeing again is some tactical pullback because of the digestion phase that these companies are going to go through with the next leg expansion in artificial intelligence. And the other thing about Aristanet too is if you just consider some of the trailing numbers, in EPS, 30% EPS growth last year. They are expecting around 22%. This is, again, not necessarily updated based on the recent analyst day, but nonetheless, 20% they're expecting, which is more normalized to their 5-year averages. But I did also notice that Arista in the last year has had about an 800 basis point or 8% increase in net income margins. To me, that's been suggestive of a lot of demand in the last year, high prices, and maybe now we're actually seeing a little bit more normalization in sales and normalization in earnings, and perhaps a little bit of normalization in price. But it doesn't mean it's out of the water or it's essentially a broken stock, because one day doesn't make a trend change, and I think that's what you have to take out of today's movement.
Yeah, maybe some profit taking there also after that major run up. Stock's still up 30% so far this year. It's had a great run. So maybe just a little bit of profit taking at this point. All right, great stuff. Thanks to George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent here, helping us break down ANET on this 6% pullback that we're seeing. So, Kev, I looked at a strategy because I saw a bunch of those write-ups also from the analyst side of it. Price target hikes to 170, 175, things of that nature. So everybody's kind of on board after the company raised their guidance. Their biggest customers, Microsoft, Meta Platforms. So CapEx spending is not pulling back anytime soon, Kevin. It probably will eventually, but it isn't right now. And I think that's what the company highlighted at this point. So I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of this pullback that you're seeing. If you think it's going to rebound, if you believe the analysts that it's going to continue or re-accelerate to more all-time highs, this takes advantage of it. Implied volatility levels relatively muted at this point. The current IV percentile only 9%, so we're in the bottom 10% as far as implied volatility levels, really low at this point that we've seen over the last 52 weeks. So going out to the October monthly cycle, you're going to avoid earnings on this one. We're going to buy the 140 strike call, slightly in the money, and then sell the 155 strike call. $15 wide bullish call vertical to take advantage of that low implied volatility, where this vertical will cost you less money. You're paying roughly about a $6 debit, probably trading closer to $6.20. Stock has moved up a little bit. But if you pay a $6 debit, that's going to be your risk, $600 per spread. Takes your break even up to 146 on this one. So that's only about $2.5 above the current share price in there. So you don't need a big percentage move to start to get to profitability on this one. But Kevin, this is all directional, but it also is taking advantage of that low IV at this point.
Yeah, you're looking at spending right around $6, just slightly over $6 for a spread that, if it goes to 15, can make you 150% on your money. So you've given yourself some duration all the way out till October 17th, and this is just a pure bullish play, looking for a move towards 155. The break even is whatever the long strike is, 140 plus the debit. So if you pay 610, it's 146.10 is the break even. So you can just add it to the long strike. There's your break even. Anything above that, you're profitable, Tom.
Yeah, and we talk about these directional, you get that flexibility as far as trade management goes. Say you get that move up towards 150, 155, and this thing starts to expand. Hey, you don't have to wait the 35 days till expiration to close all or a portion of it if the market's open. You got to keep that in mind also on a trade like this. And with those low implied volatility levels, maybe selling out of the money put verticals as a neutral or bullish stance might not collect you enough option premium. So if you're directional, you think it's going to rebound, this might work out for you. You need it to move up above that 146 level. Kevin, real quick before we go for the day, got a change next week. We're welcoming Diane King Hall in next week to help monitor us throughout the show. But what's your takeaway from this week and go heading into the FOMC next week?
This is going to go down as a historic week on many different topics, Tom. It's going to be a historic week, but I think this set the tone that it's the labor market. The end of last week and this week set the tone. It's the labor market, not inflation, that worries the Fed. We'll see if that follows through next week.
Yep, all eyes on retail sales and Jerome Powell next week. So that's going to wrap up us today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the Schwab Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, and global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
Whether you're a bull or bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn, and let's check in on markets here at the noon central hour in Chicagoland, as we are seeing some still strength across the board in the NASDAQ, which did hit a fresh record earlier today, has since pulled back. S&P's relatively unchanged, and that weakness, our big laggard of the day, is the Russell down about 0.9%, the Dow down about 0.4%, but still S&P 500 heading for a winning week, as we do have the Fed decision to look forward to, so that definitely looming, and we've seen throughout our coverage this week tech really lead the way, so that will be definitely our focus throughout today's show, as well as some still earnings movers we have to parse throughout the next hour. But joining me now is Sam Avadas to help us break down some of these movers to watch of note throughout today's session. And first and foremost, Sam, happy Friday. It has been a long week if you have been covering markets, even though it does feel like now looking back, I'm like, where to even begin? But we'll start off with some earnings moves, as we did see RH post weaker than expected second quarter results across the board. And that name, actually, all things considered, is lower today, yes. But you read this report, some of the analyst commentary, it could have been a lot worse.
That's right. It could have been a lot worse. And we did see the revenue was shy of Street's expectations. It cut the outlook. Things don't look too good as far as the lack of visibility here. And what's making things so murky for this company is really the tariffs. And I think, this was really what had gotten many concerned here, that the tariff impact they had actually addressed in a fairly lengthy part of the report, that they anticipate a $30 million hit in the second half of the year. They do do have exposure to places like China and also Southeast Asia, Vietnam. They've been trying to reduce some of their exposure to these markets, given these duties and looking at manufacturing here at home. But they have said that, quote, a meaningful proportion very much of tariffs would be absorbed into vendor partners. Remembering we are looking for evidence of any companies trying to obviously eat this and where they can absorb this in their supply chain to try to avoid any sort of pass-through to the consumer for now. But the expectation is that this will squeeze margins. Remembering that also Trump had talked about the investigation into the furniture products last month, and so they have made an interesting comment regarding that they hope that the investigation will yield some sort of realization that that's not so easy, and that actually takes some time, and not everybody has the sort of financial muscle to be able to onshore a lot of their manufacturing. Remembering that this company also relying on a lot of those components, so it's almost like a bit of a double whammy for a company like this that needs the timber, it needs the wood, it needs the metal, and so if you've got these sort of sectoral tariffs, that could add an extra layer on top of furniture. So they've warned about the risk of inflation, the market volatility, the housing market struggling, the weakest market in decades they've been talking about. So, this is obviously a luxury lifestyle brand, and so they're contending with a consumer who is tightening the belt as well. Although I was listening to some of your commentary earlier this morning, Jenny, and you made a really interesting point about, some consumers really sticking with these luxury brands and not really worried about the premium because they want to get their hands on this stuff. But it just looks like this company is dealing with a confluence of factors right now. But, to your point, a few analyst calls lowering the price target over at Stifel, now looking at $320 from $390. They're keeping a buy rating on the shares, and Telsey Advisory downgrading to market perform with a price target of $220. But yeah, things don't look that bad, but they do need to address some of these issues around the tariffs and obviously grappling with the consumer too, which is a tough time.
And it's all about framing. RH is still, to me, I have them so ingrained in my mind as the live reaction to some of the initial tariff news we got, which was an unfortunate tone to set the stage of, I believe that was 2 reports ago, but I'll never forget that very honest reaction from their CEO, which then sent the stock in a tailspin. So I guess today is why I'm looking at things like, hey, 4.5% is nothing to, write off, but it's definitely not as bad as it's been in past earnings moves for RH, which is very niche, very luxury. I do always peruse their online catalog to see things that I can't afford, but some of their items, just retail, just for we're talking tens of thousands of dollars. This is luxury at its finest. So now to entirely shift gears, looking at GM, as one analyst does believe that the tariff bark could be worse than its bite, which is a relief to us all, because I think the entire U.S. auto market has remained so challenged by what's to come as far as pricing.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tariff thread here with these 2 stories. Very different businesses, as you point out, but it just seems like the tariffs that have been anticipated are not looking as bad for the auto industry. At least that's the sort of impression that you're getting from these analysts. So we've had an upgrade from the folks over at Barclays now, an analyst note saying that they very much see a favorable environment for the company amid easing U.S. electric vehicle regulations as well, and resilience in U.S. car pricing. They have had an opportunity, GM, they say, to narrow the EV losses, and when combined with an attractive valuation and stock buybacks, they say that shares should work. That's according to the folks over at Barclays. So actually upgrading this to overweight from equal weight with a price target now of $73 up from $55, currently trading at $58. But they have actually said, I've been looking at the commentary, and I quote, when tariffs emerged in the auto industry earlier this year, concerns did emerge that the industry would be entering a period of clear uncertainty, facing a threat of higher cost pressure to consumer health and potential industry disruption. Yet 6 months into the onset of tariffs, will be positively surprised, they say, by the extent at which the industry has held up in better shape than had been originally anticipated. Remembering that this was a company that had come out and actually shared the fact that they'd taken a $1.1 billion hit from this as far as that margin pressure. So it looks like analysts are turning a little bit more positive very much on this. Maybe things just aren't as bad as first thought, Jenny.
Which again is good news for us as consumers, and also good news for the entire auto industry, as it's really hit everything, not even just these true legacy combustion automakers like a GM, even though I know the no was in part really on the back of some of their EV profitability, which has remained fairly challenged. But sticking with more of the planes, trains, and automobile theme, we have now Delta Airlines with some actually positive commentary. And I was reading this note, broadly speaking, this analyst from JP Morgan is a fan of, it seems like at least some of these more traditional, more high cost serving airlines, and instead of like the low fare airlines that you tend to think of, like a Southwest, if you could call them that at this point, but also like your Spirits. But they did still have a nice conviction on United, American, even actually Southwest, as well as Delta as our focus today. But Delta does, well, remains challenged on the year, does still have a lot of enthusiasm from the sell side.
Yeah, it does. So JP Morgan is now raising the firm's price target on Delta specifically to $85 from $72, and keeping an overweight rating on the shares there. They have introduced 2027 estimates and established year-end 2026 price targets for US airlines, and they do estimate for both of those years above consensus. So it does believe that the industry profits will continue to accrue in the hands of a few, and the path back to profitability for the impaired will remain challenged. So they do see this as a bit of a bright spot as far as this whole theme we've been tracking this year with respect to things similar to the GM story, I suppose, turning out not to be as bad as first thought. I mean, you had a lot of commentary coming from the airline executives earlier in the year, worried about, perhaps what was on the horizon. And then, in the sort of last earnings quarter, we'd heard a lot more sort of upbeat commentary that, perhaps things hadn't turned out as bad as had been feared initially. No doubt for a lot of these airlines, though, the sort of common thread here has been the fact that international and also the sort of premium segment has been holding up and sort of offsetting, some of the main cabin softness, particularly as, back to the previous two companies that have been grappling with consumers that are, picky and also, of course, belt tightening. And I've just seen that, this company has been very much in the headlines in recent days, just in the last 24 hours, actually expanding their premium offerings as they do very much face the challenge of filling the economy class cabins as well. So, a lot of the revenue driver has been coming from the international and the premium market, which obviously we know that a company like Delta serves.
It does, and I will say that Delta also has this loyal consumer base where that also does help things, I have to imagine, because the more consistently you have a positive experience, the more likely you are to go back to an airline. And I know that's exactly the page that Southwest has tried to approach. They're now paying for various seat order, not having such a free-for-all as they once were known for, because they've tried to shape it as like, this is us redoing our loyalty program. If you're a rewards member, have a credit card, you are able to still access, the various perks of like a free bag or what have you. But it is amazing because more and more when you travel, you hear these stories of like mass delays. I tend to think it's like whatever you put in the universe. I knock on wood, rarely get delayed, but more and more you have these horror stories of like the mistrust right now of your airline delivering you to wherever you need to go efficiently.
Yeah, you raise an interesting point as well. I mean, Diane and I were actually just speaking offline about this, and it just seems that, every day you're hearing also about some sort of incident or, as you say, a delay or some sort of turbulence that no doubt weighs on the mind. So it's very psychological when it comes to this. But yes, you raise a very important point as well about some of that customer loyalty. But, it's going to be very interesting also, I think, as far as the quarter that's gone, to sort of get a sense of, whether we did see certainly a pickup in some of that summer travel as well, because it really felt like July, and this is not just for the airlines, but overall seemed to be a bit of a turning point for the consumer. Let's see, particularly if you've got all the other sort of macro factors sort of feeding into the equation here, with the expectation of lower rates, whether the consumer will feel better about things. But it's also interesting as far as trends are concerned that I remember listening to a lot of the executives throughout the quarter sort of talking about how consumers are actually booking their air travel and leaving it to more of the last minute, which is a different sort of approach to people buying cruises, which they book so far out in advance. So I think, that's a really interesting take as well, anecdotally, what we're hearing from these airlines as to how consumers are actually flying right now and planning their travel, Jenny.
I completely agree, and I do think, again, it's like the more you talk about it, the more you then hear other people saying the same thing. You can build that narrative a bit in your head. Thankfully, I haven't had any major delays yet, but again, knock on wood, because I feel like now that I say that, I'll have some horrible travel story. But last but not least, we're switching to the good stuff, the beer and wine space, as we are looking at Constellation Brands down another 2%. I mean, this name cannot catch a break after reducing its guidance, and I think also the steel and aluminum impact, and we're seeing this really weigh on a lot of staples. But I do have to wonder if it's a broader trend we're seeing where beer consumption is just not really resonating with the younger consumers. Can't relate myself, but I can respect a more sober, curious generation that has emerged. But as far as the sell side is concerned, more downbeat tone today from Barclays.
Yeah, as you say it's the good stuff, but clearly not everybody's on board with that thinking, Jenny, because it seems like it's a bit of a trend with the Gen Zs not to drink as much as perhaps previous generations, but also, people choosing sort of healthier lifestyles, not to mention the anti-obesity drugs and that relationship with alcohol consumption as well. So there's a confluence of factors, but as you say, I mean, Constellation Brands just not being able to catch a break here. I mean, it just seems like every couple of weeks we're talking about, another analyst coming out looking a bit more sort of downbeat because of some of these consumption trends. You mentioned the tariffs also. That's really interesting with respect to aluminum, etc., but also with respect to demographic consumption as well. I was speaking about that with Diane too, with some of the immigration. But yeah, let's talk about Barclays. They have downgraded this to equal weight today with a price target now of $150. The firm sees, or at least says it's challenged to find a near-term catalyst for beer trends now. It's interesting because it was a pair of sobering analyst calls for the booze business today, because not only did we see this downgrade for Constellation Brands, but also Molson Coors, which is behind, Miller Lite, Blue Moon as well. This is another company which has very much been based on, originally beer, and has had to try to shift the way it thinks about consumption trends too. I mean, looking at non-alcoholic cocktails, for instance, but this just adds to, what has been a really tough period for these brands. I mean, that chart just speaks volumes. I mean, that sort of tells you all. This stock very much under pressure, and, as you say, Jenny, it's pointing to a few things. I mean, you've even got the fact that tariffs have impacted the sale of some of the beer and the wine as well. So, I mean, it's just a litany of factors that are, driving the lack of optimism here around some of these alcohol plays and names. So, yeah, I would say it's not a great time. And it's Friday. Not a great Friday story either as we head into the weekend.
I will definitely be contributing my part over the weekend, because I have definitely not seen any slowdown of beer consumption, unfortunately, in my household. But for better or for worse, I'm supporting the various beer brands that need that boost right now. But so appreciate it, and helping us kick off our show today, Sam Vadas, for all of the help all week long. Now, coming up next, it's time to talk some winners of the week. We will be focused on the positive here with our chart master today, as we're looking at Oracle, up almost 26% for the week. Tesla, another quiet winner, up now 12% week to date.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to dive into the technicals with Rick Ducat, our chart master, of course. And we have two winners for the week, Rick. So we're talking positives to end out this very long week here. And Oracle has been, I mean, the clear standout. Larry Ellison surpassing Elon Musk with just one daily move in his wealth. So, I mean, gaining $101 billion, that was incredible. Oracle jumped 40%. So up now 26% roughly this week. But technically speaking, outside of Larry Ellison's wealth aside, I mean, what are you watching for here?
Yeah, the first 100 billion is the hardest, they say, but
so they do.
Anyway, but okay. So what we have now, we had this big break to the upside. We crossed above our old highs. 260 was the old level to watch here. That was where price hit a bit of a ceiling. Now we have had this big push now, and now it's like you've kind of caught the tiger by the tail. If you were bullish, what do you do with this information now that you have this runaway price activity? To further complicate things, we've been having a drawdown now. So now we're near the lows of the day. We are significantly off those old highs, just below 346. And we can see that the RSI, our measure of momentum here, although it has broken through its trend line and broken above that 50 midline that separates bullish from bearish momentum, we have backed out of the overbought area a little bit there. So more of a bearish signal here, but you know, we'll have to wait and see with this one here. These kinds of pullbacks are very common when there's a strong gap to the upside like this, as traders reestablish positions, take profits, etc. here. What you'd be hoping if you were bullish in this day would be consolidation and then a continuation of the trend back above those original highs, Jenny.
So as far as other things we're watching for here, obviously earnings were a key catalyst, and that now is behind us. So I don't think we can expect to see 40% plus moves on one single session. Obviously that's always possible, but what else are you watching for here from a technical standpoint?
So take a look, you can see how heavy the volume was, extreme heavy volume here. A spike is what we would categorize as being 50% above the 50-day moving average of volume. I mean, we were many times beyond that at this point here. So very heavy volume suggests high conviction on the part of traders as we look at this upside move here. Our old price activity, not really super helpful at this point. These old highs we kind of left in the dust here. So 260 is one area much farther to the downside that you could keep an eye on here. It also is pretty close to our +1 standard deviation channel, our 21-day EMA. That's where the volume starts to pick up again a little bit here, but that's rather far away. So now one thing we could try is to look at standard deviation channels. We have our orange line here and our red line here representing our +2 and +3 standard deviation channels. So we take our linear regression line, our line of best fit, and then we extrapolate from that those standard deviations. The more volatility, the more variance there is in the data, the farther apart they'll be. So when we do have this situation, we could use these to establish potentially some boundaries to look at here. Those come in at about 290 and 327 respectively here. We're getting pretty close to that 290 area right now here, so that could be where the price may find a foothold in this case.
Yeah, and a great week to look at volume profile, because I know we talk about big moves a lot, and rarely do you see such a substantial volume spike as well. I mean, even for a name as heavily traded as Oracle is. So with all this in mind now, you are not just our chart master today, you're also our trade master. So as we do think of looking at an example trade here in Oracle, I mean, with earnings behind us, that major catalyst in the clear, and obviously all of the enthusiasm tied to so much of what's ahead for Oracle.
SPX.
How would you think about looking at this name for example purposes?
We got a 1, 2, 3 top.
Look at that 260 area that we mentioned here. This is our
Oracle, huh?
You can see it lines up very closely.
See
with
what
the
she?
area
I
we were
got
talking about
285.
for the, expiration for the October monthlies here. So we do all kinds of different trades. This is an example trade. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't do this necessarily, but this would be a trade where if we have this pullback, now we're approaching the supportive level here. What if we get the bounce back up and you're thinking we could get a move that's bigger than expected here? So that 330 area to the upside was what we considered for this one here. So the trading question would be +1 October 17th, 330, 340 call vertical at a 150 debit here. So
what's about to explode? PLTR
here. This would be a less probable trade. You know, as I said, we do all kinds of different trades. If you were banking on that bigger than expected outside move, now that we've had the pullback here, this is what you'd be looking for. That 340 area is about where we would top out there. That would be a max profit of 850 in this case here. Break even 330, 150. You'd be looking for a return, you know, to test the boundary of that move area here, and eventually push beyond.
We had to break out.
Point. So this would be you know, risk defined still though. The max loss would be that 150 debit paid here. So even if it doesn't go your way, this would be something you know, wouldn't lose the farm on this one, you know, so to speak.
So does it, I know we also are lower today, but also, I mean, it's just still holding on to a phenomenal move this week. Another name making actually more quietly a really nice move this week is our next, which is Tesla, which is having a banner day. We're up, I mean, so now about over 6%, I believe. And that 6%.
She say banner day?
Keep climbing from where I last looked at things. So now actually gaining about 12% week to date, which again feels quiet because Oracle is really stolen the show.
Yeah, so a similar situation now that we're having this upside breakout here, but in this case it was, you know, we were coming from behind, so to speak here, and we have pushed above 360. So if we were to go all the way back here, we topped out there twice, we had a breakout, we consolidated here after the push below that then became resistance. It was tested a couple more times here. Now we're moving beyond that level. The level near about 400 also stands out. That's where the gap would be filled. We never quite filled that gap, even with today's move. So the level 401.34 to be precise is where that gap began. But still, like opposite situation of our last chart. We're near the highs of the day. Big green candle here.
SPX just broke out the triple top.
But different volume. We're not seeing even a volume spike yet so far during these days. So, you know, perhaps that would be a bit of a question mark too. Perhaps the move behind this one is not quite as strong here.
No.
But we'll have to see. You know,
see, I wouldn't have done that one.
A crucial test to the upside.
Okay, and as far as volume profile, anything else jumping out to you as far as its recent volume? Because I know this is a good example of where, yes, you can make a big move on the week, but not seeing probably historically abnormal volume just because there's
Don't fall back, girl.
News catalyst to hit the wire for Tesla.
And then she leans back, scares the hell out of me.
60, that green line that we saw earlier, that's where everything kind of starts to consolidate together. If you were
it's
to
like
look
she's
at
just
shaded
almost
area, that's
just
a heavy
barely
volume
push her
area.
and she'd
That's
fall
our
down
point of
backwards.
Control on our chart, the heaviest trading area of all. It's also the site of two of our moving averages and our linear regression line, all coming together in that general point. So,
I mean, that girl, I'd have to be behind her all the time just to make sure she wouldn't fall. Girl scares the hell out of me.
Below 391. If we do break above 400, volume starts to drop off again. Once you get too far above 325 or so, that could be another area to consider to the upside if the move continues.
Okay, and last but not least here, as we do take all of this into consideration and look to trade Tesla again for example purposes, what are you watching?
So this trade would be something that's kind of more the opposite of our last one here. Kind of opposite charts, opposite trades. This one would be a put vertical. -1 October 17th, 365, 355 put vertical. This time focusing on that 360 level that we mentioned earlier. That seems like that could be a potential breakdown point where either you would see a rejection and a push back below to that node area with our volume and our indicators, or a rally then. So this is a neutral neutral to bullish play. A 320 credit would be your max, 315 would be the max profit here, max loss 685 here, roughly 1 to 2 or so. So this would be more of a trade where the probabilities would be aligned a little bit more closely there for the trader in question here. Break even 361.85, about 8.3% to the downside here. Expected move would be about 15% to the downside. So it could go, the wrong way here. Once again, risk defined though, but this would be one that the thinking would be banking on this very notable supportive area and hoping for the rally to continue. It's a soft target. You just got to stay above that break even.
And of course, some duration on this trade, so you have some time here to work with, and you're not really banking on like a short-term move. Obviously, more mid-term. And when you look at the expiration in mid-October, which feels ridiculous at this point, but appreciate it, Rick.
I don't know about that.
The chart and trade help today, Rick Ducat, of course, our chart master. Now, coming up next, it's time to talk the latest with this Paramount Skydance Warner Brothers Discovery.
Hey, little sister, what is going on? What time is it? These options are cheap on the SPX. Peppolini, I love you. I want to have your baby. Carl's best in the biz. Y'all in SPY? We have a rising wedge. Oh, there's Marley.
Or like, Warner Brothers Discovery, Paramount Skydance. So now one entity.
Oh, she's got cleavage.
Really interesting because again, we haven't gotten confirmation from either company, but they're trading as if this is a done deal almost.
Marley has cleavage.
Certainly, the street likes the possibility. Like you said, no comment from either company yet.
And they're hiding it.
If the deal sheet has even been issued. All we've seen are reports that David Ellison may be attempting to create a considerably larger media empire.
Expose the cleavage.
Reportedly preparing a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Yes, it would make for the world's longest media name. They'd have to drop something somewhere because as it stands, it's just too much to say. But there's an investment bank reportedly involved to help prepare the bid for a potential merger of the two companies. And it would create a really
We don't care
catalog. So right now, Paramount, from a franchise and sports media right perspective, has Star Trek, Transformers, Paw Patrol, Scream, Mission Impossible, SpongeBob SquarePants. So like these, a wide breadth of different franchises, but with lots of films extremely popular in all of their own lanes. As well as that new deal, their first deal they announced when they became the newly minted Paramount Skydance to broadcast TKO's UFC fights. That's through the year, so that's a full streaming contract, not a sports season. That's multiple events throughout the year, so that should help them with Paramount Plus because that's where they'll broadcast most of those. Now, if they get Warner Brothers Discovery on the franchise front, it's all the DC superhero movies, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, and of course Harry Potter. So huge franchises there, but even more so in sports because Warner Brothers Discovery has huge streaming rights. They have the broadcast rights for the NHL, Major League Baseball, March Madness, NCAA basketball, as well as the French Open and NASCAR. Additionally, and this one is where we could see some potential regulatory issues or some flags that could come under scrutiny, is that it would put CBS News and CNN under the same corporate umbrella. So you'd have two of the world's largest news organizations under the same entity. So that would probably be something that needs to be worked out as well. In addition, you know Warner Brothers comes with HBO Max. They have almost 2x the amount of subscribers, so 125 million subscribers as of the end of Q2. Paramount Plus has about 77 million streaming users right now. So it would nearly triple their user base if they were to acquire that as well. And Warner Brothers is a larger grossing studio. They were the second largest movie studio at the box office in the past year. Paramount was the fifth. So interesting, a lot of things potentially to hammer out if the deal is for Warner Brothers Discovery. The reports say that it is, but without comment from the company, we know, we covered this back in June, that Warner Brothers Discovery announced that it planned to split its cable network off from its streaming and studio business. But if it's for the whole deal, what happens there? We don't know until the companies get involved in this conversation and if they're even interested in the offer.
Okay, and it's also uncommon, but it feels unusual to see the buyer, that being Paramount Skydance, rise on this type of news because just historically, the buyer of the other company, the other entity, typically sees some weakness. But I think this shows the considerable benefit that it would be to Paramount, really, with Warner Brothers' deep assets, as you really detailed. I think that you have to get SpongeBob first of all, but then Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. I mean, the list just goes on and on. So I will say that from reading some of the sell-side commentary, like Wolf Research said, they find this concept very exciting. They're enthusiastic. Benchmark was saying they believe that this will not even face that much regulatory scrutiny. And I guess I'm sort of wondering how that's possible when you talk about the two major media entities joining forces. And I wonder sort of how the FCC will work through this, because they did say previously that CBS, they want to finally be more unbiased. They want to create a fair and even media network, really, that is trusted by the consumers again. How will this work if we just make all of these companies, sort of one?
And I saw some of that commentary too, that people thought that this would be met with minimal scrutiny. I've seen the exact flip of that too, that says they think it would be facing high regulatory scrutiny, whether it's because of the news organizations or otherwise. Definitely some issues there with CNN and CBS under the same umbrella in terms of making sure that the pillars of journalism remain intact there, but some financial potential issues, operational and investor hurdles as well. A combination this large has a lot of major hurdles to jump over, and
spies coming down to the 200 here.
What the actual
prepare ye in the name of the Lord.
Is it for Warner Brothers Discovery? Is it just for Warner Brothers?
We don't care, Marley.
Spin-off of its TV business. That would be a different thing.
Whoop-de-doo.
Remove some of the potential scrutiny, but without comments from either side, we're just sort of in this sit and wait pattern. But
I'm not.
I see what you're saying, though. We don't usually
You might
see this
be.
high of a bump without commentary from one side or the other. But I also think David Ellison has been so forward in his commentary about his plans to change the media landscape, and Skydance was just the first, and I want more sports rights. And really, this merger would be one of the only ways that a media group would be large enough to compete against ESPN, because there just aren't enough streaming rights out there for any other entity to keep up.
Right, and to speak to that, together the two companies will have rights to games across all of the four biggest, professional sports, those being the MLB, NBA, NFL, and NHL. And Paramount currently has rights to NFL games on Sundays that air on CBS. They stream on Paramount Plus. Warner Brothers has rights to MLB games at least through 2028. But I mean, like, the list just goes on and on. I looked at this like, finally we'll have a way to more consolidate our viewership, because anyone that's watching the NFL right now is probably equally as frustrated as I am that you have to go to every single day of the week. Like Thursday it's Prime, and then you have a different carrier that you have to go to on Sunday. Then Monday is also a different establishment. So to me, the consolidation seems promising, but then the concern is then higher prices for us as consumers.
Well, sure, there's that concern. Also, I mentioned ESPN, and I thought we haven't actually looked at Disney to see what was happening there. They're down about 1%. Could be related to this, could be not. But any potential new competitor when Disney owns ESPN operates in a space that could create a competitor to you is never going to be a positive company.
I mean, and it's amazing because now Warner Brothers Discovery up another 18%, almost 19% on the session here, up now 58% and a half on the week. And so all we know is from this week, my biggest takeaway is the Ellison family, they have some deep pockets.
Yeah, it's been a big week for the Ellison family between Oracle and this news. And one other thing I saw noted a few times is there's some concern here about the potential of the loss of thousands of jobs, because they have a lot of
loss of thousands of jobs
businesses, and the consolidation of the two together with the merging, especially.
What's so concerning about that, Marley?
They're operationally mostly the same. So, I think that would probably be a hurdle that had to be crossed as well, about what they're going to do with the employees and in terms of retention.
That's also a really good point. And all this gives me some skepticism, but we'll have to see. I need confirmation from either company, because right now it is still fairly in that speculative stage, although can't argue with these charts as they are looking as if this is a done deal. So appreciate it. Marley Caden bringing us all of the insights on that Paramount Skydance Warner Brothers Discovery potential merger. Say that 5 times fast. But now coming up next, we will discuss the latest with the China iPhone Air delays. We've gotten some reports on that, and Apple really shrugging it off, still up 1.5%, as well as we'll dive deeper into student loan and preparing really for the financial burden that has become paying for college.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our Investing Webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I saw that. It bounced right off of it.
Live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
I have coffee beans soaking in there, ground up coffee. So I went and recycled cans, cashed my check, went and got some creamer, and hamburgers on sale, so I picked up a batch of hamburger. And I'm going to make patties. I might make me a little hamburger here. I'm not hungry though. I'm not thinking about freezing them and cooking them frozen, because I heard that was a good way to cook them. I want to find out. Jenny Horney's up.
Paul, the host of Morning Movers. So Diane, we have some negative news coming out of China that the new iPhone 17 Air could be delayed. So not the headline Apple.
Mm.
I feel like this is just back to the iPhone 15, which had similar headlines. But walk us through the story.
Yeah, so if you and I were trying to order a new iPhone in China, at least when it comes to the iPhone Air, especially in mainland China, we would run into some hurdles there. So the company postponing the release of its brand new iPhone Air in mainland China. The reason coming down to that new technology, because we know this is a slimmer phone, and part of the reason it's slimmer is because now it uses an eSIM. So essentially the SIM card is built into it. I think of it, you know, in my mind, it's like a hotel room key now, like whereas once upon a time you used to use this key, and if you lost your key you were in trouble, whereas a hotel key is digital, right? So the technology is built into the car, similar to the eSIM. It means it's just a part of the phone. You don't pop in a new SIM card and activate service. So the catch is, in China, wireless carriers need a special license from the government before they can sell phones that support eSIM. And so far carriers haven't secured that license, so it forces Apple essentially to delay the rollout. Apple says it's working with partners and regulators to bring the device to market basically sooner rather than later. But if you check Apple's China website right now, the iPhone Air product page doesn't show pre-order dates right now. Instead, it says, quote, release information will be updated later. Obviously, that's in stark contrast to the U.S. and other markets where you can do these pre-orders. They kicked off on schedule here. So if we're trying to get our new iPhone, you and I can go on the website right now and look for our new device. Look for the Air if we want that. If we want the 17 Pro, we can look for that, you know, and put in our pre-orders. But as it stands now, it is a hurdle for Apple to overcome because China is still its second biggest market. Obviously, the U.S. is you know, a massive market, and it helps. You know, one of the things Sam educated me on, Jenny, is the fact that, you know, part of it may have to be tied to the way the national card system or national ID system works there. Your SIM card is tied to that. So, you know, it's another layer clearly that Apple has to figure out.
It is, and I mean, I will say that right now the iPhone Air is the newest, the most revolutionary model of the group because it's the most unique in terms of its design. It's the biggest redesign we've seen in several models. So not the headline we want, although after perusing Apple's website just for my own curiosity this morning, specs are a bit different. So I'll be curious to know how that impacts demand. But Apple shrugging this news off quite well. They are, I mean, up 1.5%. So, I mean, big picture here, what else is driving some of this enthusiasm? Because I have to imagine anything that is being offset of this headline, I mean, must be pretty strong because I get concerned when it comes to Apple's ability to fulfill these orders in China.
I mean, demand. I mean, because as it stands, if we go on the website now, as I mentioned, we can put in our orders now. So there will be U.S. demand. And also it makes me think of, you know, how some analysts are pointing to the holiday season as a key demand period for Amazon. We could certainly see that with Apple. As we know, often in that time period, it sells things, you know, beyond just its crown jewel, the iPhone, more AirPods, more watches, etc. So there's potentially a seasonal tailwind for Apple as well coming up.
There definitely is, and I definitely was very avid to be on their website this morning because I knew pre-orders went on sale. I believe it was like 10 a.m. So out of my own curiosity, Apple has continued to garner my attention all week long. But we so appreciate that commentary, and as always, all of the help breaking down some of the top stories. Diane King Hall, the host of Morning Movers. Now, coming up next, it's time to look at Daktronics, the scoreboard maker, as we have seen that name on an absolute tear this week. And today, no exceptions. We'll dive into what's really driving that optimism behind the infamous scoreboard stock coming up next.
He's host of Trading 360 and The Watch List, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
Whether you're a bull or bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
We bounced.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
SPX is at 115. The 6600 strike. Jimmy said we'd get to this here 65.9401 by the end of the day. Looks like we're about there now. How'd you come up with that number, James? Well, it's a double top. Feel like I want to take just a small little nap. God. It's $1 to 150. $90 at 110. Oh, that tastes good. Tastes very good. I needed some creamer.
It's not gonna show you. No, I know, but it was on full volume.
Say what? Someone else wants to get on Voice with Uncle Zimmy? Sleepy Giant, where'd you go? Spy's coming up to a double top, folks. The crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. $125 now, the SPX from 90 cents. We're breaking records, Randy. No. We're back to 90. Just like that. And it's now 2 o'clock.
And it really could have been a really not so pretty picture, but in fact it ended up bringing it and talking about new AI products that it's going to bring and how it's going to incorporate AI. So they certainly have the language to make people happy enough on Wall Street. It's relatively flat today. What about the consumer sentiment numbers? What did you think? I mean, I saw the print was at the 55.4. It was a 4-month low.
So my opinion on the consumer sentiment is, remember, this is soft data, it's sentiment data. It's not hard data that we get from different government organizations. This is University of Michigan. And the data is frankly a little, it's not reliable, and here's why.
Why?
If you look at the index, with the market sitting at all-time highs, consumer spending higher, their consumer sentiment index dropped 2.5 points from 58.2 to 55.4. Inflation, which is somewhere between 3% and 2%, their inflation expectations 4.8%. So this is a poll that's not a big sample size. It's very sentiment. It's very politically leaning, and it dropped through the final 6 months of the Biden administration and has done nothing but inflation has gone up and sentiment's going down through the first 7 or 8 months of the Trump administration. So it's just like Scott Bessent said, like Jerome Powell said, it's sentiment data, and it's not something that key players in the industry really watch for, Nicole.
Kevin Hanks, great to see you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Now let's take a look at the bigger picture. Paisley Nardini's with us, head of multi-asset solutions at Simplify, with us now. And traditionally, this could be a tough month. We think about seasonality. We had a nice run for a while. Does that continue? What do you think here? What are you watching?
Great. Yeah, great to see you, Nicole. Thanks for having me back on the show. It's been an interesting month thus far. I think it's been an interesting couple months, to be honest. Seasonally, as you mentioned, September tends to be a little bit weak, especially in equity markets. And we've not seen that play out yet. I think some of the data prints that we saw that markets were perhaps waiting for maybe to be a catalyst for a pullback, like employment or inflation data, further instilled the expectations that the Fed is set to cut rates next week. So I think it's a bit of that interesting dynamic when you come in with weak data and then the markets rally on the back of expectation of further monetary support. We're a little less than halfway through the month though, and depending on what the Fed does next week, which I'm assuming they will cut, I don't think they want to shock markets by any means, but there's still a lot that could play out. I think if we can get through September without any major cracks, fourth quarter historically tends to be strong for equity markets as well. But I think a reminder of what we've seen this year is that diversification has been a key part of resilient portfolios, and that's what we are focused on here at Simplify.
But you are concerned. I mean, there is one scenario where the Fed is cutting rates and inflation goes higher. How likely is that scenario?
I think it's probably unlikely just based on the recent inflation print that we saw come out. There was a little bit of maybe hot inflation left in some certain sectors, but overall inflation has been declining. I do think that is a risk to markets in the end of this year, especially the fourth quarter, is if the Fed does cut rates next week and continues on that trajectory, and then we get a really hot inflation print in October, November, and even December, I do think that could be a catalyst to kind of throw markets off their track that they've been on. But right now, I think it's unlikely that inflation might surprise to the upside. But there's also a lot of talk that inflation might be kind of choppy over the next few months. As tariffs start to bleed into some of that, we could start to see some hot prints. But for right now, I think the data is starting to show kind of that trajectory of aligning with where the Fed's headed.
Understood. And when you think about the positioning for strategy, how do you play that?
Going back to the comment on diversification, I think this year's been a great reminder that it's not just U.S. large cap growth stocks that can lead the portfolio. International stocks have done really well on the back of kind of the decline in the U.S. dollar. So I think that continues to be a theme in portfolios that a lot of investors are looking for. I also think with just the sell-off and the back end of the yield curve for rates, I think gold has picked up a lot of these flows from foreign investors. And so that's another form of diversification. You have equity markets and gold at all-time highs, whereas historically gold has been that safe haven asset. And so I think as investors are constructing their portfolios, looking for more protection, looking for more diversification, and ultimately more certainty. I think defined outcome type strategies have really started to resonate because investors are nervous or uncertain what the future holds.
Yeah, understood. When we think within the sectors and where we are, whether it's tariffs or the rate environment, do you have certain sectors that you lean towards, or do you use a barbell approach?
As it relates to sectors, I still think irrespective of technology, communication, staples, those labels, companies that have higher quality earnings, greater amounts of free cash flow, ultimately, if we do hit an economic recession, those companies, like small caps, might be more exposed to any kind of turbulence in economic activity, having to refinance their debt. So companies that won't have to go externally to fund operations, to meet payroll, I think those higher quality companies from a balance sheet perspective are the types of companies that are better able to weather any kind of economic turbulence. So that's what we're really focused on. And then I think the question becomes on the small cap front, what's the catalyst there? Rate cuts could continue to support for reasons I just mentioned, but I do think small caps still have plenty of headwinds ahead of them. So focusing maybe more upmarket and international is how we're thinking about it.
Yeah, understood. I mean, when you think about what the Fed is up against and the contemplating that has been going on in the committee,
$1.15
cut here, on the 17th. Beyond that, where do you think the Fed thinks things are going? I mean, will they be in a wait and see, or do you expect more cuts this year and next year?
We've seen the Fed be very methodical when it comes to being data dependent, which is their mission, and I think that's good to see. They're not overreacting. I do think that market expectations tend to overreact. This time last year, markets were pricing in 7 or 8 rate cuts, and we got nowhere near that. And so currently, as we look forward to 2026, I think there's kind of a similar play happening with markets expecting the Fed to continue to cut rates as we enter the new calendar year. I do think some of that will perhaps moderate. I think the Fed might, of course, cut next week and then maybe one additional time before 2025 wraps. But I think we might see a repricing of rate expectations next year, because current expectations would lead me to believe we'll be in a full-out recession if we're going to have seven or so rate cuts in the next 12 months. I don't think that's the case. So I think the markets will probably continue to play off of the Fed actions.
Yeah, I mean, really, and finally, really, what makes you excited about this market? Why you stay in this market here for the
Peppolini.
long term? I mean, there's
Good question.
And then there's some positioning for the long term. What keeps you here?
Me?
It might actually be the exact reason
Jim's
that many
Discord
people are
channel.
a little bit afraid of markets. It's that we continue to hit all-time highs. I think as an investor, you're told if the market's peaking, it's time to get out. When in actuality, when we look at the data and historically speaking, reaching all-time highs tends to be the catalyst for further optimism and further entry into the market. And so the momentum factor, whether it's in equities or in trend following,
Tell that
there's
to
a
the
reason
Fed
that it's an
cats.
investment factor. It has worked, and I think a lot of the data and some of the statistics
They think
that are
we're
coming
overbought,
out right
honey.
now are helping to calm investors and say, because we're hitting all-time highs, that's giving momentum.
Leon Cooperman
And
said
as it looks back
he
on the
made
last quarter for
15% this
corporate
year.
resilience in the banking sector, that's another reason I think to be optimistic. So the Fed might start to cut next.
If you're in my room and you can't make 15% a day, spank. Leon Cooperman made 15% in a year's time. I'm going, what the heck are you trading, old man? Peppolini, next time I see you, I want to see more cleavage. I don't think that's asking for too much. Is it room? Someone say yes. Ricky, say yes. We're now at $1.20. Are we going to break? Yes or no? I've been trading the 6600s all day. I wish I'd have jumped in it down here, but I did not. Now we're at a top, so I got to make a business decision. Ain't that right, Randy? Say yes. Well, MU. Holy moly toly. I'm gonna buy me a new Patriot Charlie shirt, Kirk. If they got the one I want, a button-up hoodie, or just get a Freedom hat. Come on, man. Oh, they're talking about Joby. I was watching it earlier.
Now, Oracle's had an incredible week and big news that we talked about some of the breaking news together, and Larry Ellison and his
I want 285 for Oracle.
Well, now, in the meantime, I think it's up about 30% this week. I didn't check just shortly ago, but neutral to bullish trade you found.
Yeah, it's pulled back the last two sessions, out about 4% today, now up only 25% so far this week. Nicole up about 78%.
Well, what do you got to do? It's not funny. Don't be laughing.
It's some profit taking, but then there's also that story that came out that, hey, this new load on their RPO, the remaining performance obligations, is from one client, and it's probably OpenAI, that $300 billion. So Wall Street Journal had an article out that, are they going to be able to pay this $300 billion, or is this just a contract that maybe they only give them $150 billion? I don't think maybe investors know for sure, but they know it's one customer. On the other side, if you look at their cloud business, we always used to talk about the big three with AWS, Azure from Microsoft, and then Google Cloud. Now you've got a fourth name in there as far as cloud business goes, so that's a boon for them. But remember, during that earnings call, their remaining performance obligations now top $455 billion. That's up 359% from last year. And their infrastructure demand continues to outstrip supply, the company stated during that event. But that being said, I think the pullback's given some people some opportunity that maybe have wanted to get in it, because the two-day pullback after that 36% gain that we saw after their earnings earlier this week maybe gave people some opportunities. Unusual option activity in here that kind of stuck out to me was out in the October 3rd weekly cycle, so 21 days to expiration. Traders sold 10,000 of the 295 strike puts. They collected a hefty credit. These are at-the-money puts. They collected a credit of $10.65 per contract on those. So the break-even where this trader starts to lose money is below 284.35 over the next 21 days. That's only about 4% below the current share price in there. But it might be somebody that says, hey, if this stock does continue to fall, I'm willing to buy the shares at 284.35, that break even. Or they just figured, hey, after a couple days of profit taking, maybe some sell-off from that rally that we saw, now's a good time to maybe sell some puts, because implied volatility has ramped up just a little bit on this pullback that we've seen over the last two sessions.
All right. Well, you covered them all. You brought us your market thoughts and the options trades of the day here, Starbucks, Joby, and Oracle. So now it's a good time to say thank you, Tom White. A great week, busy week, lots of records, and he'll be back next week with more options trades and more example trades, too. Still ahead, we'll take a look at several key areas, opportunities for your portfolio, including some key stock picks you'll want to evaluate. The watch list. We'll be right back.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of think or swim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
6600's at 120 still.
With Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Here we go. We broke out with new high. SPX new high. Such a pretty world today. Is now 129. It is now 1:30, which is 2:30 Eastern time. My trade is at 125 a contract. I'm up $35. All I need to do is have another breakout and I sell it. Can I do it? Can it happen? I am ready to go. And the video has, I don't know if that's a new low of the day, but oh, we got to hold this support. Uh-oh. Don't die. I feel like I'm pushing it. There we go. Got a new high. 130, 135, 140. Boom. Such a pretty world today. Look at the sunshine. Won't you be mine? $150. Ooh, $215. Oh my God, $270, $3. Woo! Okay, panic attack. Oh my gosh. Shit. I'm out. Oh, yeah. How does he do it? We all just want to know. How does he do it? Did anybody take that trade? Yes or no? Such a pretty world today. Look at the sunshine. Won't you be mine? Randy, did you get it? No, zero mine. Everything will be, will be. Your grandpa in the binoculars?
22 kilograms of baggage included.
Oh, good job, Randy. One of the people in the room spotted me here at Punta Cana. Well, Jimmy knew this was coming up. He saw the symmetrical flag with the 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom! One of them, 2 bits, 3 bits, 4. If you can count to 4, you might make a little bit more. This is called a pennant flag. Do you understand? Say yes if you do. Say no if you don't. One of them's 2 bits, freebie, 4. One of them, 2 of them, 3 of them. One of them, 2 of them, 3 of them. One of them, 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them. Boom! Retest the old resistance. Boom! I think I found the shirt I want to get. I'm watching for another pullback. We got a megaphone going on now. Or, you know, could have that, which would bring it up to a new high. They were at 190 and I missed it. Twelve more minutes to power hour. Oh, what did I miss? I don't know if I could have snatched that up there, but that'd have been sweet. Dadgummit. Jimmy. Apple News, China. I heard about the China earlier. Oh, that's what brought it down. Price over earnings overview. Fear of socialist New York mayor Fear of socialist New York mayor is hurting. That's funny. I can't believe they did that, especially CNBC, of all people. Huh. The current session, the stock is trading at... New high. Just by the body of the candle, not by the wick. Boom! Jeez. Well, the stock didn't move. Huh. That's very strange. Now it's moving. There it goes. Wow, big delay on Tasty Trade. Maybe. Back to $3. Oh man, that'd have been a good trade there. Could have got that at 190 to $3. The roaring thunder, make it roar, oh, make it roar. Now it should go down right at 3-5. Make sure I got my phone. Microsoft is up $11 today. The market is ridiculously expensive. There's an old adage that you get when you pay for it. That's one way you feel better about buying the S&P at its current price. The stock market is ridiculously expensive. I don't know why they keep saying that. First president in my lifetime, it's actually a business president. It just makes you show how biased they are. First one in my lifetime. Who put out that article? I'm going to find out. Barron's. Barron's is putting out negative article after negative article. I can't believe how cheap the options are today. We're post power hour by 3 minutes. Okay. Oh. Jeez. What was that? I'm not sure what that was. Whatever it was, it's got to stop. Okay, here we get ready. Ready, ladies and gentlemen. We're approaching the 63. Washboardjim is calculating his timing here. We've got the 6600 strike. Yes, this is President Trump. I would like to follow you in the next trade, Washboardjim. I hear you talk about this 63 EMA. Now, technically advised, would you take that off the 63? What is the 63 EMA? Well, the EMA, Mr. President, is a fast-moving average. And you have the slower moving average down here, which is the 200. Now, if I went to put the 200 EMA on here, I bet you it would be lower than the faster one. But also, if you can count to 3, Mr. President, you can trade with me. And you always know to look over your shoulders when you're trading head and shoulders. So you want to take your trend line, Mr. President, and draw it from the body of that candle right there to the body of that one. Then you want to take the body of that candle and run it up to that right there, and that's called an expansion pattern, a megaphone. You've been on, and then what you have is a head and shoulders. So I recognize the head and shoulders, and I make this into what we would call a megaphone breakout with a 1, 2, 3B. And if you can count to 3, you can trade with me. If you can count to 4, Mr. President, you might make a little bit more. So if we stop at the 63, you have a head and shoulders here, and you'd have an inverse head and shoulders right here. And that would be your support level. And as you start to close into the end of the day, a lot of selling usually takes place. People want to take profit. So we're just going to be patient. And then you want to set you an alert, Mr. President, right there, above that 63 EMA. And you want to use it at the mark, at or below, or just plain below. And then you hit the create. And that'll set your alert to be called when to take the trade. And it'll show up on your message board, just right here. And if you ever want to go in here and see what kind of blouse Miss Peppolini is wearing, you'll turn on Schwab. And if she's showing cleavage, you have a good possibility of making money today, Mr. President. See, as we start to approach that support level, you see what I'm saying, Mr. President? You want to get over here and you want to buy 5 contracts. Now you've got a head and shoulders right now. And you get in it at 150, just like I did, Mr. President. And then you want to type it in and show the room what kind of trade you're in. You're in the SPX, this is how you write it out, SPX Lotto, Scalp, Strike, $6,600 at $1.50. There's your Head and Shoulders right there. That's where I said we'd probably pull back, so I could have waited. Ooh, now see, that didn't help. Then you got your 1, 2, 3 right down here. Boom, 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 boom. Me and my drum. Getting ready to add. Now we want the reversal to happen here. $115 and $150. Ooh, Black Betty, Bamber Jam, with a child, Bamber Jam, damn thing went wild, Bamber Jam. Average, I got 5 at 150 and 10 at 115. Ooh, no, 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 no more selling. Sorry to embarrass you, Mr. President. This is not good. Tesla just had a new high. Tesla had a new high. Can't wait to get on social media tonight and watch my YouTubes. I need 127. $12 times 15 to what? If I sell them at one, oh, there we go. Come on. Might be down 180 if I sell them at 115. Major resistance here. 1M, 2M, 3M, boom, triple top support. Resistance. And we didn't hold it, but we held this area. So if it can just boom, probably not. It's 222 right now, 322. Knife. go. Let's go. It's now 3:30. I need 72 cents. No holds barred on this one. SPX is back to the top of the orb. Yeah, looks to me like I lost this one. That definitely hurt there. Tesla's at the 200. Well, that one big spike I had on the SPX earlier just might be taken away from me if we don't get a bounce here. Yep. Down to the right shoulder. Major sell-off. Look at the rise this week on his stock, man. 6,400 all the way to 66. Well, I bit that one. I don't think I have much chance. Mr. President. Don't worry, Jim, you scored big this week. There's the gap right there. So if we break that resistance line, I'll jump back in it. We've got 20 minutes left. Yep, shit. 65.90s. Just like that. And my third support that I just chalked up for the day about 150. Well, I just made that back up. Well, that sucked getting stuck in that trade and watching it just go to hardly nothing. And then getting back in it within minutes. We're at the VWAP on the /ES. Well, that's it for me today. I'm done. I'm going to get some good rest. Have one burger. Randy, hope you have a great weekend. Livid Goose, Sheba, Angel, Magnificent, Embardo, Michelle, Martin Luther King, M. King, O, and Ricky. I'd say we had a pretty good week. Oh, we got a no? Come on. Man, look at her go now. Jeez. 260. Well, these end of the day lottos have been really doing good. I got to mow 5 acres tomorrow. That's going to be fun. Got a big bad boy lawnmower. Seven more minutes. Been some long days today, this week. I don't think I've been more excited to watch this update on Charlie. Hope they got video of him hauling this idiot in. I'm gonna buy me one of these here shirts. I don't know if I want to get the white one or the dark one. I like that white one, but I like that shirt. The dad commercial, Grandpa.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the...
Well, I didn't listen to Marley this power hour. Less than a minute. Boom. Have a relaxed weekend, YouTubers. We'll see you later.